Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Last stream today? Wait, why? I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know, but why? Bro going to America if he doesn't do the pre-release. Oh, wait, was it a joke about the title? Oh, do you think Hell has good one? Yeah. Hello, good morning. Have you slept? I actually slept so well. I feel so good. Today's gonna be a good day. We're gonna be so productive. We're gonna do the Prune release. We're gonna yap. We're gonna stall. And we're gonna play Slay the Spire too. How about that? Does that sound like a plan? That sounds like a plan, right? Thoughts? No, not Slay the Spire 2. Guards! Get his ass! No, you'll draw... Dude, don't fucking remind me that happened, man. No, like, actually, don't... I had managed to forget about that. Do not remind me. But yeah, chat, yesterday... So, you don't need to actually understand Slay the Spire for this, okay? Because it's very, like, obvious what went wrong. Slay the Spire is a card game, and you draw cards at the start of your turn, right? And I drew 7 cards at the start of my turn. And I had a deck with, like, 18 cards in it. And 7 of them were block cards. And I walked into an elite where you really need to deal some damage turn 1 because he's not hitting you on turn 1. And I drew all 7 of my block cards. And it made me very upset. It made me very, very upset. Because then I was left with only attacks in my deck for the turns where I needed to block. And I was not happy about that. Because I intentionally went out of my way to pick up more offensive cards from card rewards in order to deal with that enemy. Just for that shit to happen. Anyways, it's fine. It happens. It is what it is. Today is a good day, though. You know why? Because we're going to spin the wheel, and the wheel is going to tell me, Zajef? Zajef. You're going to do one run of STS2. I'm not actually going to do one run of STS2. This would be the Bolide or whatever equivalent for today. Anyways, we're doing Obeyed, I guess. Big. I don't know why I was looking for the word Obeyed on the map, and I wasn't finding it, and I was like, is it bugged? Am I blind? Is it bugged? Am I blind? It's gotta be one of those. Like, it's gotta be one of those, no? Like, those are the only 2 possible options here. I think. Dude, I've heard Thomas say supportive fire so many times the past few days. Did bro not sleep again? No, I actually slept pretty well. I went to bed like omega early, and I woke up to a barrage of Discord notifications this morning. Cause Nick spammed the group conversation that I didn't have muted. Okay, yeah. I might have to strongbox like real soon, cause I only yeah. I've got 70, 75? 75? I think that was 75. 75 salvages.
I'm not the friend to come to.
What do you mean question mark no artifact space? That's just how it happens, okay? I'm indecisive and I don't like I log all of my pieces. This is bad and this is also bad and I don't like it. I'm upset with it. I'm unsatisfied. Madge. Okay, wait. Let me. Okay. Next patch, no finale strongbox, bro. If I hold one more patch, I can finally strongbox literally everything. Okay, I can't fucking hold there. Like, brother, where is your camera? Like, actually. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh my god, that's not good.
For the Lord of the Night.
Why is Toma's shield so fucking squishy, man? When you get away from the screen and talk, we can barely hear you. Is this better? I can try to make sure I always speak into the mic like this if it's better. Does this make you happy? Are you enjoying yourself? Get even closer? Alright, I got you. So much joy. Who up enjoying themselves right now? Okay, I do not want to talk about this. Oh god.
A little ambiance.
That's embarrassing.
Fire it up. Supporting fire.
Forest.
Locked on.
Okay, I can't aim because my camera is deciding not to fucking go there. That sucks. Yo. Kanich? If no one got me, I know you got me. Wow. Wow. What if I kept that physical goblet on instructors? That is a 3-liner with a high roll of ER.
I got you covered.
You poor lost.
Target acquired.
Okay, where are they going, actually? These stupid-ass birds.
Fresh and floral.
Check this out. Here's back.
Leave this place.
I got him cornered.
Oopsie. Oh, wow, that was... I don't know, man. That's just fucking embarrassing, actually. Eh, it's fine. Bro playing Kanich to stall? Dude, I will reach Friendship 10 on Kanich. It's because we're good friends. Like, we're already Friendship 10 IRL, but we're just not Friendship 10, Actually, no, we're not. I hate his ass. Like, I would not be friends with someone like him. I'm good friends with a How, though. Hmm. Let's just get one more roll of defense so I can feel good about unlocking this piece. Might as well do this. Okay, I'm unlocking this piece.
Add
Add Astra Abyssosk.
Add
Okay. Chat, I saw this on Twitter today, and I was like, that seems interesting. Flips, my take on if you should pull for Nicole or not based on a bunch of different carries. I assume. Like, yeah. Um... Why is Kuting here, actually? Like, what led to this? like, how did this happen? What? Is the idea, like, she's completely dog shit, so the only way to make her work is just having Fischl carry her ass and aggravate, and Nicole doesn't actually improve that? Is that the idea? And like for Ayato, it's probably like the same thing for Hyper Bloom or something. Like, is that why these characters are here? Or are you playing with Yoimiya for the Hexar resonance? Probably Fischl, right? That feels like a downgrade to Durin, though. Wait, what is the Yoimiya team? Probably 07 to Shores? No, I don't think so. Overload with Durin, probably better than Aggravate. For Kuting? I don't know. Maybe. It's on Twitter, so it's probably Rage Bait. It's from Flip. I don't think this is Rage Bait. It's wrong, but it's not Rage Bait, you know? Um... Did you make a video explaining it? I don't think so. Was the Hex for Ganyu? It's probably Durin. I assume this is the same team as Risley. Venti being here is interesting. Like, Venti being here and Varka not being there, I assume is because Varka's cons are better than Venti? Right? Probably. Hmm. Is there really an upgrade in Raiden teams? That feels like that's not true. Because, like, Raiden wants you to use your support's bursts. So you don't even get the advantage of non-Hexerite carries not needing to use her burst for animation time. Like, you need the resolve. That feels wrong. Like, Fischl should just be better, no? Or, like, Raiden, or Nicole is giving Raiden, like, 800 attack. But, like, Fischl is giving Raiden, like, 400 attack. And dealing damage. Nah, that can't be better than Fischl. There's no way. This seems wrong. C2 Raiden is baseline. I mean, maybe. If you're assuming that, sure. I feel like that's Raiden's on the like Yai too, I feel. I don't know. Uh hmm. Gaming. What's the team? Just Sucrose? Oh? Why is Gaming here? I need a thinking camera right now. I didn't see Xiao-Nicole. So just oh, okay. So you'd say fuck the Hexerite stuff, and you just use Nicole as a Bennett alternative that has better uptime because Gaming's field time can last pretty long. That allows you to do TTDS every rotation too, which is nice. Okay, I can see it actually. And she does buff Shannon's attack. Not that that matters, because like whether you buff, like it's better than Bennett, but like Shannon is kind of fake anyways. I could take a look at that team actually. I'm kind of down. Let's finish Veneno Resin first. Spin the wheel. I'll spin the wheel. Leno is Night Sky in this one, and we'll do I'm not doing end stream. I actually need to do Prune pre-release today. Okay, stop stalling and start pre-release. Dude, no. No. No! I'm not awake yet, man! Fuck! Shit's... Okay, can my chair stop rolling around? Sorry. This shit is pissing me off, man. Oh. Do I have to? Whatever, I'll go condense my resin then. any gifters want to give me 10 subs to reroll? No. Okay. Alright. Before I start recording, though, I need to do some proper prune aggravate calcs. Because I haven't done any of those yet. I heard it was good, but I haven't actually checked. So... Um... Yeah, should we look at... Who should we look at, actually? Should we actually look at Clorinde? I don't remember what her ICD is like. Is it just standard? I don't think so. Maybe it is, honestly. Is it just 1 up or 3 hits? Probably, right? It might be a bit more than that. 24. Okay, that's C1. Who cares? What the fuck do you mean 24 hits 1 second? What in the fuck is that? um. The Swift Hunt and Impale the Knight. What's the name of this skill? Hunter's Vigil. Oh. Hey, what do you mean 0U? That sounds wrong. Okay, that's clearly wrong. That is clearly just not true. Oh yeah, I guess I could just test on the dummy. That's true. That is true. I can go double check. Look at Oath of the Hunting Shadows. Oh, I see. It's independent, but I'm not sure how it lines up exactly. Oh, wrong account. Fucking Callis. Incomplete. Damn. I lost to the dummy. Isn't that fucking insane? You can check GC Sim? No, I'm good. Because sometimes GC Sim configs like are dependent on frame perfect execution for you to get that specific amount of reactions. Like same reason I wouldn't use GC Sim's hyperbloom count for stuff is like it's possible to get that many, but in practice you're generally not. God, I gotta figure out the setups too, which is gonna be a pain in the ass, right?
My blade will lead us through the shadows. Hunt them down.
Alright. So... Actually, I should start with the burst here. Just to get the Quicken aura. Right. Oh, that counted as 1 aggravate. Never mind then. Wait, no, it's because we got 1. Okay, we start with 1.
Into the shadows.
2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't get the last one. But 6 EN3s was 13. Why 13? What a weird fucking amount. Whatever, we'll just do +1 here.
Alright, loaded.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't get the last one again. So we get 12. And we get a total of 36 hits, right? So it's straight up just the 3 hit. Like if we have a time roll reset, it's probably happening. Oh. GG. I forgot that you heal back to full when you restart. Okay, but that's fine. So it's just 1 per 3 hits. If there's a time roll reset, it seems like it's not happening at a favorable interval. Yeah, and 2 from burst. So with the E, with the extra bond of life, plus 6 and 3 E's, right, we should get a total of 13 aggravates from skill. I guess the TF stuff would do double rotation, and you don't actually get full bond of life start for the second one, right? So that's not entirely true. Alright, the second one is just 6 and 3's. Or maybe the first one, but one of the two is just 6 and 3's, so it's 12. So the total of 27 aggravates. Clorinde-Fischl, Kirara, I know people play. Right? And then we can compare that to Prune. We're literally prepping stuff for the pre-release. Right, I'll be back in a little bit, chat, actually. There's something I gotta do. Alright, I'm back, chat. Sorry about that. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. I was about to take over for you if you didn't come back. Dude, honestly, I feel like I should figure out some stuff for like my starting soon screen and like a be right back screen that's like interactive for you guys other than just spamming hardos. Now that's what I would do if I was a good streamer. But am I a good streamer? Do I want to be a good streamer? Do I care that much? Maybe I do. Maybe I should. Hurdles is still massive in 2026. That is true. It is kind of crazy. Like, that's the one bit that's, like, really stuck around here. Everything else kind of, like, falls out of favor eventually. But Hardos just don't. That's crazy. Anyways, so I guess if we do this, we do Eshu, right? Like, that's the whole point of using Kirara. And it's TF. R5 finale? Not in this one, no. Like, one of the main reasons to play Aggravate Klein is because TF is just a better set than Whimsy for her. And... And you can't proc TF on Overload. Is Nahida, especially C2, still the best Dender in that team? I think Kirara's actually better because Eshu is so good. For C0 Nahida, but I think C2 Nahida is better. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, I know they're close. Because, like, Nahida obviously does more, but Kirara allows you to have Eshu. But, like, EM is just so bad for this team. Which is a reason why Prune will be pretty good. Yeah, and also the Electro Swirl is a bit unpleasant. Let's just put it that way. I guess we go stringless in this team. On Fischl. And then we go Golden Troop. This is a weird to swap. So Sack, Frag, VV. What does Kirara run in this team? Actually, it's Instructor, right? Instructor or Sapwood, Instructor. But okay, Sapwood doesn't matter and you're not picking it up, so let's just do 5. Like... Oh, I guess you can do Scroll, that's true. The last time I did calcs for this team, Scroll didn't exist. So I forgot about that. Is the buff set worse than Golden Troop on Fischl? Oh, it probably isn't. Fair enough. The thing is, you don't have full uptime on it. Like, you could do a rotation where you intentionally swap the Sucrose before 12 seconds are up. And then you can re-trigger it with full uptime. Sacrificial, that doesn't solve the problem. Because you, like, Sac does, like, you say you proc the Sac, then you swap back to her, you use the refreshed skill. Then the next time you swap back to her, Sac is on cooldown, you use the burst. You don't have the extra skill, like the elemental skill usage. You lose as you passive the moment the shield dies. Yeah, but like, but you're already like putting yourself through hell by playing Clorinde. What's one more layer of pain? Just don't get hit. Um, dodging with shield is so Sigma, true. But yeah, let's go the refresh E before Q for gift uptime on Fischl. Wait, no, you can't run gift in this one, right? 20% gift is not worth it. 40% gift would be. No, you can. Sucrose is Hexa, right? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Now, after Nicole's release, is the rest of the worst Natlin character? Second, if you're cost scamming? No. Like, brother. Even if you want to be optimistic and assume that people are going to be able to reliably always get 5e can each, it's like similar to Varessa. And like, she still exists. So no. Shotgun Kanish will always exist. I mean, Kanish is getting a lot better. Hifa Cal's coming. Okay, buddy. Let's calm down. You know, there are limits to charity. And that's what doing an Eva Calc would be, charity. It's similar on Yonsan no Dendro Scroll team. Pretty sure 5e can each with Dendro Scroll is better. I don't know if I did calcs from that one updated for the latest version. I saw that TGS's calc had like 130 something. When you proc the Dendro Cinder City. Which, like, yeah, I guess it's pretty similar. But you're assuming a lot of things go right. Whereas with Vressa, you can kind of just fall asleep at the keyboard. All right. Okay, so what are the stats that we get? We get main stat attack percent. We get substats. We have like no external attack from buffs, right? Like literally none. So that's literally it. Like we had 27.6 from Eshu and that's it. Oh god. That's kind of deeply embarrassing, huh? You're not getting Dendro Scroll every rotation anyway. You can, because If you swap to Eon-san right after Kanich, you can still have Dendro from his last Dendro application. And if you get rid of the Pyro quickly enough, you can use that remaining unburnt Dendro to quicken. Like, it's technically doable, but it also means worse Eon-san uptime, because for the next rotation, you'll swap into Kanich much later into Eon-san uptime. So the buff will expire early. So it's not worth going for. Because it's like, basically DPS neutral if you proc the scroll, and a pretty big DPS loss if you don't. This is just 350. Total attack. Elemental Mastery. How much EM do we have? Wait, I need total attack too. No, actually, I don't need it. Never mind. I lied. I was wrong. I lied. I was wrong. I lied. I was wrong. How much EM do we get? Does Kirara give EM? I forgot. Kirara. Constellations. No. No. She gives damage percent on C6. That's it. Alright, bet. So we get 80 from subs, 50 from Sucrose, 20% of Sucrose's EM. And that's it. Dude, it's been so long since I did aggravate calcs, I don't remember the EM formula. Is it 5 and 1200? I think it's 5 and 1200.
Here's how.
At 71 EM, it says 27.9. Yeah, okay. I got it right. Big. Big!
I allocate my energy.
Holy. Aggravate base damage is 1664 and spread is 1809. I mean, spread doesn't matter. Like, you're not really triggering spread in this team. You get like 1, 2 per rotations. I'm just gonna assume you don't. Whatever. Damage percent. So, we got a bunch of that, right? 46.6. Oh, wait, I forgot the plus 40%. No, plus 20%. Yeah, multiplier from TF. Big. Okay. Why would you do this? Okay, so we get 15 from TF, 46 from the Goblet. Then what do we get? We get Gift 40%. We get Sucrose Hexarite passive. This shit is, like, the first one is full uptime. The other one is pretty awful uptime. So let's say, like, %40 uptime, I get. Nah, less than that. Like, divided by 4. Kirara's C6. How much is that? That's 15, right? No, it's 12. 12 for 15 seconds. Okay. So it's 12%, but it's only every other rotation. Or like every other half rotation. Like only one of the E's, basically. We get... Dude, what the fuck else is there for damage percent? Scroll, another 12%. This one is full uptime. That should be it? Question mark? Wait a second. This is... Wait, no. Are we doing Hakushin? We can't really do Hakushin Sucrose, right? Because it doesn't work in single target. Outside of the burst, and the burst is not happening often enough. Whereas you actually can do Hakushin Prune, right? Why not? Because Sucrose doesn't trigger an electro reaction that counts for Hakushin. Um... Wait, I'm lying. I was wrong. Why? What was I thinking about? What is it that doesn't work unless you're in AoE for these things? I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I was wrong then. My bad. So we get the 20% from Hakushin. It's not full uptime on Sucrose, though. Was 20%. Is that true? It's pretty fucking close to full uptime on Sucrose, honestly. It's like 80% uptime. Because going field time is pretty short. Like, it won't be full uptime on Fischl, but it'll be pretty close to full uptime on Clorinde. Oh, you have to be on field for this, right? So it'll be the same for Prune. Alright. But crit value. Oh, I need 2 of those, right? Yeah. Crit multiplier 2. And I guess I need 4 of those. E-attack 4. Motion value 4. See. Damage 4. Damage time DPS. Would even star be better here? Maybe, but I don't like assuming even star anyways, so. Eh. Okay, and we also have Issue. Issue is 40%? Or is it 36? I think it's 40. Yeah, it's 40. Damage percent 2, we just lose this 40. Everything else is there. That's not true. We don't have the... Okay, let's just say you have full uptime on this. And... No, that's not true. Anyways, for the burst, we never have the Hakushin Ring passive. Alright, crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Alright, Clorinde buffs her own crit. It's 20 crit rate, so it's 40 crit value. Who else is there that's doing something for the crit? Nothing else, right? So it's just Issue, so 16 times 2. And then the crit multiplier for the burst is 1 plus this divided by 2 times this minus... No. This divided by 4 minus 16. Right? Because the crit damage is the same, but the crit rate is different. We're assuming that you build at a 1-to-2 ratio for your normal attacks, not for your burst. You can't just remove 16 crit value, because one of those is going to be at 1-to-2 and the other one won't be. Or you'll be somewhere in the middle, but whatever. Alright, effective attack 1. So, total attack. I guess these aggravate teams never get 3000 attack on Issue, so I don't need to separate it for the passive, but I still will, just in case. Maybe if I look at Finale with Prune, we'll be above 3k. I'm gonna wait for it. I'm gonna wait for it. Then for this one, it's minimum of 3000 and total attack. Then for this one, we look at this damage percent, this crit multiplier, and same for this one, this damage percent, this crit multiplier. An aggravate proc, 1664 times multiplier times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Two of them are happening on the burst, but I'll just fucking pretend like they're not, because it's 2 out of 25, 27, like who cares? Okay, motion value. Clyde. Skill. 71.26 times 3 times 12 plus 46.14 times 3 times 13. Motion value 2 is just 60% times 3 times 25. It is 25, right? Because it's... See, like... I would like to, like, verbalize my thought process, but I know that if I do, you guys are going to be annoying. So I think I'd rather just leave the possibility for a mistake. Really kind of you? Yeah, I got you. Always blames chat. Okay, fine, fine. I'll say it. But if you guys are annoying, I'm banning you specifically. The 1W ball. So, it's 25 because you get 6, 6, 6, and 7, right? Like, one of the uptimes is 6 and 3's 7 E's, and the other one is 6 and 3's 6 E's. Okay, chat is being annoying. See? I told you! I told you! I'll spare you. I'm feeling generous today. I'm feeling generous today. Nuke them, I beg. Alright, burst. 215.7 times 5. And 60 times 5. Yeah. Number of aggravates is 27. Damage. This would be a great time to forget the defense multiplier. This makes sense, right? It was lower before, but GIF should make this seem better, so... Has he started recording? No, but I am, like, getting ready. I'm double-checking all the things I haven't looked at yet before I can start recording. Well, I forgot the C... whatever. I mean, we should add it, honestly. The official C... or the Sucrose C6. Okay. Fischl base attack, I believe, was 244. Right. 244. Stringless is 510. Attack percent. Main stat. Substats. That's it. So her total attack is omega low. 24% from Ascension. There's that, too. Elemental Mastery is going to be same as this plus Stringless. Should look at Sucrose now. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry. 27 times 3 plus 140. Should be it. I guess increases the damage a bit, which is nice. Wait, is this thing 100k? Probably not, right? This is probably like 90k now. With a gift. Right, because I realized, like, I was like, in my memories, Fischl and Clorinde have a very similar damage split in these aggravate teams. But that's with Golden True Fischl, right? If you put Fischl on a support set, her personal damage won't be as high as Clorinde's anymore, right? She's doing less damage and Clorinde's doing more. See, with Xiao-Nicole-Prune, I got 100k with talent 10. That sounds a tiny bit high, but I guess it's talent 10. Become the Hex Fischl buff? What Hex Fischl buff? How are we triggering Electrocharged or Overloaded in this team? Oh. Oh. Or like 30k Fischl? I think it's probably 35. Hydro Tulpa. So true. Okay. So, what do we have here? We don't have the 40% from Eshu. 20% was from Hakushin. She doesn't have it at all, right? You snapshot before you trigger Hakushin. 12% from Scroll she has. 12% from Kirara she also doesn't have. You snapshot before you trigger it. These do stay there because they're long uptime, so they'll be there for the next one if they're not there for the first one. 40% from Gift is there. 15% from TF is not there. And then we get Stringless, which is 48%. Yep. How many Ascension 4s am I supposed to assume? For that, I'll look at GC Sim, because it's really fucking hard to tell. Hmm. Okay, so let's count the A4s over one rotation. So one, actually, it's thundering something, right? Thundering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Did I skip a number? I might have. Sometimes I skip numbers when I count. So it should be 29. It should be 30 actually, because it's the one she procs on field on cast doesn't happen first rotation. So we started on the second one, basically. So it's 30. 30 A4. There's so many fucking A4s, man. Jesus Christ. It's kind of crazy how many you get in these teams. That's a lot. It really is a lot. You know, Sumeru Zajef was wrong when he thought that Kuting wasn't that much worse than Clorinde. Sumeru Zajef was really underestimating how many A4 procs you get on Fischl. He needed to look at the GC sim. You sure Gift on Fischl is better here? The thing is, you're sacrificing 30 damage percent on Fischl for 40 damage percent on Clorinde, and they're relatively similar in output, so it should be a slight upgrade, yeah. It won't be that big of an upgrade, but it should be an upgrade. You do need to, like, actually recast the skill for it, though, so, like, maybe it's not worth doing. Because it's more things to keep in mind, but whatever. 60. 40% was... I mean, this shit's gone. This shit's gone, right? Yeah. Effective attack is just this. And aggravate proc is just this. Number of aggravate. Oh, man. Fuck it. How many do we get, dude? It's probably so fucking many. Because all the A4s crit. And then we have... Let's just be... Let's do a pessimistic assumption, right? So we know that the Oz is... Okay, wait. Actually, how many C6 procs do we get? C6... No, I need to actually look up the name. Evernight Raven. Evernight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 45. What the fuck? That's a lot. That's GC Sim normal attack weave ends on the supports probably though, so let's do 40. Yeah, so that's 40 C6 plus 24 Oz, right? So 66 hits. And it's what is it again? It's 5 hit 3 second? Is that what it is? Dude, I forgot. It's been so long. 5 hits, 4 seconds? 4 hits, 5 seconds. Shit, my bad. So let's be omega pessimistic and just divide by 4 and round up. So let's say 17 Electro Apps from Oz plus Z6 together. Right? So it'll be 47 aggravates total. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a lot. Anyways, motion value. She also has a lot of motion value, man. Fucking hell. Dude, I actually forgot how much of the fucking GOAT Fischl is in these teams. Like, we're really held back by these Dendros, huh? I believe in the aggravate resurgence in the future. It'll happen, trust. Okay, so 430.88. It's 638, right? Because it's 416 plus 222. 638. Then 177.6 times 24. Then A4, 80 times 30. And C6, 30 times 40. What do you mean my Fischl has 9,000 motion value from Oz? Like, what's going on, man? What the fuck? Anyways, yeah. Yeah. Her stats are kind of pathetic, though, so her overall DPS is still not insanely high. And, like, Sucrose is, like, 500, Kirara is, like, 500. And your total is 91k. Which makes sense. Tiny bit higher than current GZM stuff, which makes sense. Alright, if we swap to Golden True, which should be a bit lower, so plus 70%. I guess it's plus 30%. Minus 40%. Minus 40%. Yeah. Slight upscale, but nothing too crazy. Because, like, this is the team right now, and their damage is basically 50-50, right? So, what you're effectively doing is since they're starting from the same, right? When one of them loses 30 damage percent and the other one gains 40, you're basically just gaining 5 damage percent across the board, right? Because you're gaining, like, the net difference is 10. No, that's not true. You're gaining 10 across the board. But it's only, well, no. Yeah, I mean, am I dumb? No, it's like gaining 5 across the board. Because if you were to gain 10 across the board, the net difference would be 20. Right? Because you gain 10 on both. So it's like gaining 5 damage percent across the board. It's really not that big of a deal, huh? Yeah, okay. Did you record Nicole and Lohan? I recorded Nicole. I didn't record Lohan because he's probably going to be second half. And I kind of want confirmation on whether he's standard or not before I record his pre-release. This is going to be Prune, still Hakushin VV. Probably. A Hakushin overall form? Probably, yeah. Would Baiju be better than Kirara here for his A4? Not really. Eshu does more for the team than Baiju's A4 would. Because if you look at the damage distribution, or you look at the damage aggravate, it's 400,000. Let me just make sure these are all getting cut off at the same amount so that we're not getting confused by some numbers having... Wait, can I make it... whatever. Good enough, honestly. Can Baiju give Eshu? No, not reliably. Only every other rotate. Like, your rotation is 25 seconds. Baiju's shield does not last 25 seconds. You could do the non-TF version of the team, but then you're doing a 20-second rotation, because that's Baiju burst cooldown, right? Am I dumb? Is that his burst cooldown, or is he 18? It's doing pretty well, actually. Yeah, it is 8. So you're now forcing your 16-second minimum team to a 20-second rotation. Plus 4 seconds. That's 25% DPS loss. That is not anywhere close to worth it. Or you only get the shield on one of your uptimes, so in half uptime Eshu just kind of isn't really better than Finale of the Deep. And then that means you lose the Eshu upside. Alright, let's lose the EM from these things. Yup. We look at Prune C0 first. Actually, is Prune C0 even possible? Does her burst last long enough? Probably does, right? I think, yeah, it lasts long enough for this, because you swap to her right before first line-up time, and it's 5 seconds after the last hit is how long it lingers. Yeah, it's definitely enough. What the fuck is this? What is Zio? Why did he add it? I'm gonna ask him. I need to ask him. Any excuses? I'm not adding it. Okay, so, Prune. So, at C0, the only thing we get is a tiny little bit of personal damage and, the damage percent from this, right? And the personal damage will be kind of bad in this team, because we don't really have external buffs for her, and I mean, we do have a bit of external buffs, I guess, but not really. Okay, base attack is 221. Why is her base attack so low, man? It's not that big of a deal, because like she has so many things in her kit that give her attack percent. Hakushin is 510, right? Weapons. Hakushin. Oh, it's 565. Oh, I didn't know that. I actually completely forgot about that. That's pretty nice. All right, 24 ascension, 46.6 times 3 main stats, 30% sub stats. We don't need to build any extra ER, extra resonance, 25-second rotation, Fischl, and ER substat from the weapon. This is like trivially easy to get for sure. What else is there here, actually? 30%. Okay. And then we have... There's no external attack buffs. The self-stab buff is only at C2. This self-stab buff... This should be full uptime. Because... the Tolling Rally buff's trigger condition is... hitting with the Elemental Absorbed Hammer. And it applies to everyone, not just the active party member. Which means that if Fischl triggers a reaction from off-field, it should work. Yeah, obviously you don't get the second portion of it, but that's fine. So plus 60% self-attack buff. Then 350 total attack. Yeah, you're really not getting that much, huh? It's pretty unfortunate. But I mean, yeah. Hakushin kind of makes up for that, I think. There's plus minimum of 50% Prune's attack minus 2,000 times 0.025%. Yep. That's basically full uptime on the team. We have to remove the Hexerai bus from Sucrose. Okay. So, when you take these into account, the personal damage for Clorinde is a little bit lower than it was on the Sucrose team. At Prune C0. Which I guess makes sense, right? Because you're not actually getting the full passive, right? Because you have so little attack. And Sucrose can also use Hakushin. So the only real difference is you have a bit more damage percent and use a lot of EM. Oh, was this? Yeah. No, yeah. Like, you lose a lot of EM, right? Yeah. And Clorinde loses more because her... Wait. God. Yeah, Clorinde loses a bit more because her base EM is a lot lower because no EM from weapons. Would Finale be better? I doubt it. The crit from Eshu is just so much. This is Finale, yeah. Yeah, now I just need to add Prune's own damage, which should be enough to make the team a tiny bit better. Prune EM will be at 80. Also, we don't get the extra 20% here. Caught. I gave the TF 20% to the other characters by accident. Damage percent on Prune. Does she get her own damage percent? She doesn't, right? So we really don't get much. Yeah, no stringless. Oh, gotta remove this one too. No stringless, no sucrose, obviously. 12% was from the scroll. Yeah, we have that. 40% was from... Okay, we don't have damage goblet. 40% from gift on electro. We do have that. That's the electro damage, though. The animal damage is just 15. Crit value. We don't have crit main stat. So that's gone. Crit multiplier. Effective attack, Animo. Effective attack, Electro. Aggravate proc. Are we for real? Yeah, that's pathetic. Okay, bet. Motion value, Electro. C0. 347.75. Plus 150 times 5. Prune pre-release war. We're prepping for it right now. Don't worry. Motion value 2. The Animo. 284.65. 164.83. 119.75 times 5. Damage Electro on aggregate. Do you mean that I need to add the aggravate procs? They don't go in the same line here. The damage from aggravate isn't multiplicative. It's additive, right? So it doesn't go in the motion value section because it doesn't scale with your attack, right? And the motion value section is multiplied by your attack. Wasn't Prune Feg Burst a 0 U hit? Oh, is it? No, it's not. You're lying. Oh no, you're right. You're not lying. Uh-oh. Wait, which one is what? Okay, why is there Ring-a-Ding-Ding Hex Hunter Chime 1U and also Ring-a-Ding-Ding Hex Hunter Chime 0U? Elemental Art Hammer, Elemental Art. I think this is the C2 one. I think this is the C2 extra hit. And that one is 0U. Because it would make sense for them to be different. Because otherwise, what is this 1U coming from, right? Because, like, we clearly have something caused by... Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. Her old hammer is the same as her skill hammer. That would make sense. That's what I would expect it to be, but it might not be. Check the dummy. It shows units in the log. And how exactly am I supposed to check Prune in the dummy? Also, wait. What the fuck is this? Okay. Also, let me close this. Alright. Number of aggravates. We're just gonna assume that it works. So we would get 6 aggravates. The damage Animo is times 0.9. Electro. I guess we would also need swirls. Should I add the swirls? No, I don't care. It's actually worse. Really? I meant electro damage with on aggravate procs? Yeah. I see. That is the wrong one, you're right. Thank you. Not that it changes much, but yes. Is it really worse? I guess Hex buffs did make Fischl a bit better in this team. Swirl might make it better. I mean, she gets a similar amount of swirls as Sucrose, is the thing. I guess I just remove that. And it's still kind of just worse. How does Prune do 25-second rotation? She's a catalyst. You can normal attack to refresh VV. Is Prune not Hex? She is. Can you count Kirara damage too? No. I refuse. If you want, I can change it to 1,000. I don't mind. It's probably a bit more than that, realistically. It's probably like 2,000. But I mean, it doesn't really change the comparison, right? Like, the whole point of this is looking at how Prune compares and how she changes these things. So C2 is just plus 40% attack. And I think that's enough to make it better, right? Yeah, no. It's like as much. Is that true, or did I... Oh, no, it is, right. Is Kirara really the best Dendro here? Your Dendro options are really fucking awful for aggravate teams. And Kirara's shield enables you to use Eshu and Clorinde, and Eshu's a really good weapon. I think Nahida might be better than Eshu. I don't think so. Uptime is awful on Nahida is the problem. Like, EM buff on Nahida is, like, only there for one of your uptimes, basically. And the character that actually triggers a fuck ton of aggravates is off-field. So, they don't even get it, the EM buff. I mean, perfectly played, it's probably basically the same, but it's also a lot harder to play. So, there's no real point. I'm actually curious, like, I still have the GZ Sim one open, right? Oh no, that's an old G. Okay, wait. I was looking at Skirk stuff a long time ago. Why is it still open? Whatever. Clorinde, Fischl, Kirara. No, not Kirara. Clorinde-Fischl-Sucrose, right? So this was 2024. This was also 2024. So both of these are around the same time. And they have even star Nahida. Like, pretty noticeably behind Sapwood. Kirara. Both of those are pretty much fake. So we can just assume that neither of those weapons are happening, but the comparison basically stays the same. But yeah. But yeah, this is if you get value from Eshu. If you don't, then, right, if instead of Eshu we go Finale of the Deep. Fuck. FOHW? What? Oh. Oh, no, wait. I have to just call it Finale. What the fuck? That is not... Cookies work really weird on this website, man. Finale. Yeah, so this is with Finale. So assuming they're on the same weapon, Kirara and Nahida are pretty much the same, but Kirara gives you defensive utility, so if you have C4 Nahida, there's just not much of a reason to use Nahida. If you don't have C4 Nahida, though, or if you don't have C4 Kirara, it's like, ugh, your aggravate uptime might get cooked. Similar to Quills? Yeah, exactly. The way that Aggravate works is it's basically Quills on Electro application and Dendro application. That's the best way to think about it. And the damage of the Quills is decided by your EM. You use Kirara Burst with C6 12%. You do, but it's not full uptime because your rotation is too long. Okay, Prune C6. So we get on Prune herself is just the more motion value, right? So let's just go change. I guess also more attack because she gets plus 350, but it's not really more attack because I'm pretty sure the 350 attack doesn't scale this passive. You know, I say that, but I'm not actually sure. That's what I think. That's what I've been assuming. But I'm not like 100% sure. Wait, let's look at C2 first, right? Okay, this is C2, and then we can look at C6. Oops. Prune C6. When we look at effective attack, we just do 350 plus this. Okay. And then we look at the extra motion value from talent levels. 334.88. Am I stupid? I am stupid. I gave her the electro damage first. Oops. 334.88. 193.92. And 140.88. Times 7. And then 409.12. 150 times 7 and 80 times 8. Okay. And then we get an extra 350 attack on both Clorinde and Fischl because we snapshot it. Plus 350. Plus 350. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. And yeah, C6 Prune is a pretty big upgrade to the team. But she's kind of a side grade at C2. I don't know how that one cal got 120k. This is what I go with my own stuff. I mean, I'm okay. I'm not gonna look at it unless the results are like significantly different, and you think I might have made a mistake, or you might have made a mistake. Like, but you said you were getting about 100k with on level 10. On the C0 Prune one, right? So if I was on level 10, I'd be at like 95k-ish. That's about a 5% difference, but I think the assumptions I use are slightly less favorable than KQM standard to aggravate teams. I got this much on Whimsy. I don't care what you got on Whimsy. You said you got 100k on this team with these stats, right? with these assumptions, like with Prune C0 on this team, with TF Eshu, you said you got 100k, which probably like that makes sense. That sounds about right. What's on level 10 stuff? Yeah, but the 125k, 122k, whatever that I saw a few days ago, with Kirara sounds high. I don't know how they got that. Prune C6. Okay, I see. Oh, Kaito, the aggravate on Fischl is like pretty. Like you get so much less if you go Whimsy. Like that's part of why TF is so good in these teams is because Fischl is so good. Is Prune on triple attack? She is, yes. But yeah, so Prune C0 is about a side grade to Sucrose and aggravate teams and a pretty noticeable upgrade at C6. But there's no real in between, honestly. Like the personal damage doesn't change that much. Like most of the upgrade comes from the C6. Does Prune trigger any aggravates? She should, but it's not that many because she just doesn't have that many hits. I guess I didn't actually add 2 aggravate procs from the C6, giving you 2 more electro hits. But again, like that doesn't really matter. 200 DPS. How about C6 Yeonsan? Yeonsan isn't very good for these teams. Because you don't have any shred if you replace Fischl, and also you don't have any Fischl if you replace... Sorry, you don't have any shred if you replace your Anemo, and you don't have Fischl if you replace Fischl. Both of which gimp your Fischl's damage, which is the crux of these teams. How much damage is Fischl doing? In this one, 35, 38. Okay. Right? That's because she's on the support set. On a damage set, she basically does as much as Clorinde. It's just that the new support set is so fucking good. And no one else can wear it. Honestly, though, I feel like this is the sort of team where, like, you would like... Man. You just can't do Burn Melt, right? With these things, yeah. Damn. Not Burn Melt, sorry. Burning Load. And when I explain how to do 4Q Flins, you use hit lag to extend your skill duration, and it's like frame perfect bullshit. Like you just have to do the exact. Can you do it? No, I can't. Because I think the 4QC1 Flins is harder to do than 3QC0 Flins. And I was struggling to do 4QC0 Flins, or 3QC0 Flins, so no fucking way I can do the 4QC1. How much better is it? It's not even that much better, like that's the thing. Because you lose all your buffs by your 4th Q if you do that. And you extend your rotation. It would probably be a bit better if, or like, it'll probably be a bit better eventually when we get a shredder to replace Sucrose in these teams that isn't VV and just has very long uptime. Is it true that you do big bursts with C2 Flints sometimes? It's not just C2, it's like... Flynn's Big Burst is a very inefficient use of energy. But if you generate a lot of energy, you might be able to do it without losing mini bursts. It depends on the scenarios. Like at C2, the shredders lose a lot of value. And if you don't need to bring a shredder, you have more options as your third slot. And then if you're using C2 Xilonen, or if you're using Eon San, it gives Flynn's a fuck ton of energy. And that extra energy can be used to add in a big burst, right? Would Xilonen be better than Sucrose for aggravate teams? I think she was slightly worse, but obviously a lot more reliable, so people prefer using her. But like there's more, like if I look Kirara instead of Sucrose here, right? The Xilonen one is like at 86k, the Sucrose one is at 90k. But it's like, it's close, you know? Although this is Petra Kirara, which is a bit scammy. So in practice, it's probably a bit less than that. Right? Like 86k. Change to instructor. 83k instead. We lose about 3k DPS. Not going Petra. But yeah, and now you would also lose gift from Fischl, exactly. But the reality is just that you kind of get as much damage percent from Sucrose as you do from Scroll now. Like with Hakushin plus Sucrose Hex buffs plus Sucrose C6, you're averaging a bit less than 40, but then if on top of that you're getting the extra value from gift, like it's basically 40%. And then you just have Sucrose's EM on top of everything else basically being the same. And the shred is basically the same. Damage percent is basically the same, and she gives EM. But it doesn't matter, because we're looking at Prune, not Sucrose or Xilonen. Okay, are there other teams I should calc for Prune? Where I actually could see her at, like, being a noticeable damage upgrade at C6. Do Sucrose burst every rotation in this team? In this team, yeah, you do. Like, you have Electro Resonance and Fischl Particles and ER substat from Hakushin. It's not really difficult. Do you calc Flynn's? I don't need to calc Flynn's. Flynn's will be a little bit worse. Like, Prune will be a little bit worse for Flynn's. Like Prune C6 will be a little bit worse for Flynn's. The biggest issue with Prune is that the attack percent, or the flat attack trigger condition is being affected by Tolling Rally. And being affected by Tolling Rally happens after you hit with a hammer, which you can do by doing the skill, but that's only a buff for half of Flynn's mini bursts. Otherwise, you need the burst for. So you don't have full uptime on the C6 unless you do 18-second rotations and you build her with a lot of ER. It's not that much ER, but like, it's not that much ER. But you do need to do 18-second rotations, and that's kind of just like, I guess it's not as bad with Columbina, right? Wasn't it close on V1 before Buzz? Buzz didn't really change the Flynn team. It'll still be close. Like, 350 attack is better than the EM from Sucrose, but she extends your rotation a little bit. And she doesn't really have a good weapon option that allows you properly to do 2 swap rotations without risking giving TDDS to the right character with slight issues in execution. But it'll basically be a side grade at C6, which is nice if you need to use Sucrose on another team, but that's the only real reason to do it. You're also not buffing Ineffa, which is kind of a big deal, right? Oh, that's not true. I lied. No, that is true. Yeah. You don't get the attack on Ineffa, which is kind of a big deal. Right, like 350 attack is better than 200 EM. It's just that it's not actually a 1-to-1 comparison where you get both on your carry, and like that's like yeah, it's just, yeah. Well, like maybe if you have cons on Flynn's, I could see it. Alright, cons on Flynn's, no cons on anyone else. It's like C2R1 Flynn's, C0R0 everything else. I could see that. Alright, like I could see Prune being a slight upgrade. Especially because her buff duration is longer than Sucrose's buff duration. And in practice, it's pretty easy to lose Sucrose EM buff before Flynn's last E, if you're a C1, right? Because you can't get it like at all unless you use Sucrose Burst, and you can't use Sucrose Burst every rotation. But yeah. Who else is there? Alright, like, who else would care about what Prune does? I looked at Animo carries. I looked at Aggravate stuff. Aggravate Razor would be like... I guess it doesn't really benefit more, right? Yeah, so that's probably just not a thing. DPS Lanyan. Okay, buddy. Opinions on pulling Nicole, not for any current team, but for future proofing. If you don't have a team right now where you would use Nicole if you pulled her, there's no reason to pull her now instead of a rerun. Like, they don't really release good characters and then never rerun them anymore. I like people still have like a lot of people who skipped Kazuha's first banner because he took so long to come back. Like they're like, oh no, maybe I have to go for the character. Like, but you don't. Like, characters rerun so quickly now, especially characters that are meta. So I think that's a really bad idea. Just like if you want to do that, just keep your primos banked for her and go for her on a rerun once there's actually teams where you would use her. Unless the 4 stars on the banner are like Eon-san, Shavar's Prune. In that case, I could see it. Like, fair enough. That's probably a good enough 4-star banner to consider going for that. But like pretty much any other lineup, there's like no real reason to. Who does Nicole replace in a Veresta Malika team without C6 Chavoy and Eon-san? I don't know if she replaces anyone. I don't think she does. Like, Nicole is probably not worth using in that team unless you're also using Fischl or Durin. And Nicole-Fischl, Varessa, Mawika sounds, I guess, okay. Durin, Nicole, Varessa, Mawika also sounds okay. Probably better, because you need the shred, like you want the shred. Yeah, but then you're not running Yansan, and it's like, ugh. Like, if you cared about the shield on either of those carries, then I could see it, but Varessa and Mawika are characters that really don't give a fuck about shields. Varessa might care about shields when you do the longer rotations that do manual charge attacks, but you don't do that with Mawika. So it's like, yeah, no. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. If you were to be activated from off field, would that be a bigger upgrade to any animal sport on any team in specific? I mean, I don't think it would matter that much. Because, like, other than maybe, like, Varka, are there any anywhere close to meta characters that have VV duration actually run out and that have the aura of the element they want to VV on the enemy while they do their damage? Meld Gumming, I guess, would be the only one. Fair enough. Meld Gumming would actually fucking love that shit. No, he wouldn't. That's not true. You're lying. And I believed your lies. I fell for your propaganda. You're gonna VV Cryo. Who cares? That sounds awful. Arlecchino Monoparo, but you can just swap out and refresh it if you lose it. And you kind of don't lose it, so who cares? Like, there kind of just really isn't anyone. Long field time carries that are played in teams that aren't reliant on a different aura being on the enemy, like, they kind of just don't exist. It's pretty much just Barca, right? Like, that's it. But it wouldn't be that big of an upgrade to Varka, because you already have Shred with Durin. And you already have pretty good uptime on your VV anyways, even with the long combos. Even if you go VV before Nicole. So, like, really it wouldn't change much. So just C1 Flins? I mean, not really. Like, what runs out with C1 Flins isn't VV, it's Sucrose Ascension passives, because they're 8 seconds, not 10. But 10 seconds is enough. It allows you to make mistakes, I guess, and still get the VV, but, like, who cares, really? And you don't trigger off-field VV unless you're using Sucrose Burst anyways, so half the rotations you don't even get it. So it's like, yeah, it really just wouldn't matter. What if it were like Shiloden, where if you swirled any element, you reduce all res? I mean, that would be nice for some of the melt carries. Right? But, meh. Like, that would mainly be useful for teaser. You have damage of different elements that all can be swirled. And at this point in the meta, there's just not really any of those. The closest to it is the Chivalrous teams. but you wouldn't run VV over Shellers in those teams, so who cares, right? Or the SKFA teams, and same thing. There just really isn't. Or are you not doing Nicole pre-release? I recorded Nicole pre-release already. What are you yapping about? Chosco upscale? Not really. I did, right? Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Did I tell the editor about it, actually? Yeah, I did. I said that. But yeah, it wouldn't even be a Chosco upscale, because you don't want to run another animal character with Chosca. And, like, right now, Chosca's best teams often have Shred coming from someone else. You don't need to run VV. But Chosca gets so bricked if you run a second Animo, right? Like, she loses, like, a third of her motion value. It's really bad. Like, yeah, you can run her on VV, but you kind of generally have Shred already in these teams. I guess you wouldn't have to have Shred already, but Codex is a very good set, so it's not like the upside is that big. It would be nice for, like... Actually, no, I can't even think of a team where it'd be nice. Like, who cares? Yeah. Anyways, like, actually, are there any other teams where Prune would matter? Right, like, we talked about Flynn's. We talked about... We talked about Flynn's, we talked about Varco, we talked about Animal Carries. We talked about Aggravate. Xiao, we already looked at Animal Carries stuff. And she's pretty alright for them, but... You... Like, she's not necessarily better than Faruzan. And... You often have kind of other immutable team slots. That are really, really hard to change. Like a Xiao team, for example, you need to have some form of healing, even if it's just to be net neutral with the self HP consumption from burst. You need like at least one character that has the ability to heal. And you don't want to run Proto Amber on Prune. Like, that's just really fucking bad. But like, I was doing like my best Xiao team right now is Xiao, Faruzan. I don't know if it's the wait. Let me actually pull it up. Dummy data. Xiao. Yeah, this was the highest one, right? Xiao, Eon-san, Faruzan, Aoife. And I guess... Aoife gives TTDS scroll. Prune C6 would give more than that. Right? You hid Nicole behind an IT title? My bad. What about overvape teams with Prune? What's the idea behind using Prune specifically in overvape teams? Yeah, Prune should actually be an upgrade for this team. Oh, wait. Actually, Prune might be an upgrade to Bennett, Faruzan, Durin as well. Because she's Hexerized, so you get the extra shred. And since... So the gap between her and Faruzan should reduce. Hmm... Right, like, it should be better, right? Let me pull up the Venti sheet I have somewhere and adjust it for Xiao. Yeah. Do I have Venti Bennett anywhere? I don't think I do. I think I only looked at Venti Nicole. Yeah. Also, no buff fall off. You still have to use Bennett. You still need to use a healer with Xiao. Or you could just go Proto Amber with Nicole. Honestly, I could see that. It sounds awful to go Proto Amber on Prune because you really want to build a lot of attack on her to get full value out of her passive, or at least get TTDS attack percent. But maybe it's still better because Nicole buff is very long duration. How many plunges do you have time to do on Xiao with Bennett buff? Okay, do not judge me, alright? I know I don't do the Xiao plunges as quickly as I'm supposed to be able to, but getting good at it would require me to play Xiao often, and I really don't want to do that. But like, if I'm close to getting an extra one, I'll just assume I get an extra one.
You called?
Do I have that? I do, yeah. I don't need to look at that, actually, but whatever. Okay, so...
Teamwork is evil conquering, worthless. Here.
2, 3,
Worthless.
4, 5,
Worthless.
6, 7,
Here.
8. Okay, we might get the 9th one. We have to do an N1C at the start for Lino. I don't like doing it after the burst, because you can't pre-buffer it, and I always end up just looking at the enemy because I tried to input it too early. So...
Everybody stand! Boring! Disappear! Worthless!
2,
Worthless!
3, 4, 5,
Worthless!
6.
Here!
Wait, I got 8 this time. Dude, is 9 high plunges even possible?
Boring! Evil conquering!
Thank you for the raid. 2,
Worthless!
3, 4,
Worthless!
5,
Here!
6. It probably is. I'm just not used to it. Why do you need a healer for Xiao again? Because otherwise, especially in Sigin where the fight lasts 2 minutes...
Disappear! Lament! Disappear!
Alright, there's about 1 minute left now to the Stygian fight. And we are in one-shot range now. From basically any attack. And then you gotta play a full minute where if you get hit once, you die. It's possible, but it's like... It's awful. It really is. Nicole is a shielder. The problem is that the shield, like... It's possible to play with just a shielder, but Xiao is like the one character where it feels pretty awful. Because usually if you have a shielder, like, you can get hit once, twice, maybe even 3 times. The shield will break. You'll take like 5,000 damage. And that'll happen like maybe 3 times throughout your fight, and you're fine. But with this, if it happens once, you just kind of get cooked. I don't know. Maybe we can just assume that you're fine without a healer. Like, it is possible. I'm not saying it's not. It's just... I don't know if that's reasonable enough. But, like, we can take a look at it, right? This team. But then if you're doing that, like, if you're playing with Nicole, you don't need Prune for Durin, Shred, and Hexerize set, right? So then Faruzan should still just be better. So what does the rotation in this team look like? How many plunges are you getting? You probably do a 21-second rotation now. Right? Xiao on Deathmatch. Leno. Maybe it's not Leno. You get a lot of damage percent from Prune and Nicole on Gift. Is Prune really better than Faruzan here? Probably not. But if you're using Bennett instead of Nicole, she probably is. Is Xiao's energy cooked without Faruzan? You can battery Prune's skill to Xiao, maybe. Because we don't need to Nicole Burst in this team. Right? So we don't need to swap from Nicole to a carry to get Nicole Burst Hexerai passive value, because Xiao is not Hexerai. I guess that means you don't go TDDS on Nicole if you do that, because you need the particles on Xiao. You definitely need the particles on Xiao. I don't think you can get away with not doing that. You probably need to go Fav Prune as well, and just battery all of that bullshit into Xiao. And then... Fav on Xiao. I mean, that's probably fine. Like, you unironically can do that. It's not even bad. Or like when I was doing my testing for stuff, right? My Fav Xiao in a team that needed the energy was almost as good as my FFXX Xiao on Jadewing Spear. It would have been better if I didn't have Jade Wing Spear and I was on Deathmatch instead. Anything else change in this team? I don't think so. So we just have to change the stats for this. So Xiao base attack. Hmm. 349. Deathmatch 454. Attack percent. So we don't have rust. We don't have wins. We don't have 30% from Prune. Attack main stat. 25% from Power Resonance. 20% from substats. 24% from Deathmatch. And that's it. He basically has full uptime on the Nicole passive. It's just the ease that don't, so I might as well have this minus 300 for the ease. Okay, damage percent. So this was Rust, that's gone. Main stats, still there, 50%. Was Venti's passive, that's gone. Prune is there. Gift is there. Now we get the 95.2 from Burst. And we get like 15 average from the passive. Probably stay long enough to average at least that. 24% deathmatch? Yeah. We're in single target, okay? Like, we do not need to, yeah. Any other damage percent that we get? We get Leno. Well, Leno is like 4-stack average. If you're not frame perfect on your plunges, which most people are not. Damage percent on the skills. Goblet, Prune, Gift. No burst. We do have a passive, and it's different. It's 15 divided by 2. And no Leno. Crit value. We have Crit Ascension. Main stat, substat, no gift. Deathmatch. 36.8 times 2. We don't have this. We have this. Effective attack Nicole. Doesn't really matter, but whatever. Motion value. So, how many fucking plunges are we getting in this team? Let's take a look. With a Bennett team, you were potentially getting up to 9, including the charge attack. Like, I'm sure 10 is, like, possible if you're frame perfect on, like, jumping on the first available frame for a high plunge, but... I'm not, yeah. So... Our Nicole placeholder will be Maoika, similar animation length, I think. Our Prune placeholder will be Sucrose, and we just slow it down a tiny little bit. And then Durin. Where's Durin? I don't know where Durin is. There's Durin.
Anytime.
Wait, we're not using Nicole Burst. I'm dumb. I mean, it's fine. We just... Yeah, we'll just do this then.
You want me on your team?
Let me get the energy. So
Let's light it up. The story has only just begun.
Absorption test. Swirl.
Disappear.
1,
Worthless.
2, 3, 4,
Here.
5, 6, 7,
Here.
8, 9, 10. You can probably get 11 in 21 seconds if you're not dog shit at the game like I am. I don't think I'll assume 12. I think that's probably, again, right, possible, but not realistic for most people. So 11 plunges. Oops. Microphone enabled? What the fuck? I didn't do shit. What did I click on? Oh no. Okay, 11 plunges. Let's assume 6 collision. Sure. 1C. Or 1 and 1C. Okay, so motion value. Um, 46 point... No, put this here. 46.32 times 2 plus 203.65 plus 429.76 times 2. And then the plunges. 375.5 times 11. And 150.35 times 6. Number of swirls is just 11 from the plunges, 2 from the N1C 13, 2 from the E's 15. So this would be Xiao with Nicole. Right? Durin requirements would probably be higher if we're not running Venti than in this one. So I'll remove a little bit of crit substats. But in exchange for that, rotation is longer, so we get a little bit more motion value. Plus 3 seconds on the rotation, so that should be plus 3 hits. Okay, 98k. And then we can take a look at Faruzan here. Instead of Wynn's Oathsworn Prune, we have TOM Stringless Faruzan. This is assuming Xiao's ER requirements are trivial, which is probably optimistic. Probably overly optimistic, but for now, let's just look at that. Remove the prune buff on everyone. Oh, I think this had Prune have her own buff. No, I didn't. Okay. What else is Prune giving here? Nothing, right? It was just the damage percent buff. No, it was Prune C6. So we get the 350 attack as well. And that's gone. Now that's it, right? And now we gain the Faruzan buffs, which is 20% attack from TOM. Canonical particle into Durin on Faruzan. Yeah. Energy's still kind of not trivial. Maybe it is. It's like close enough. It's gonna be like 130. Which generally costs a couple subs, but it's not that bad. Anyways, we have TOM. We need to add the 20% attack. I just did that. Need to add it to the other characters too. Ow. My ears. So that's just TOM added. Then the crit buff plus 40% on Xiao. Then the 30-something damage percent. $38.25. And the shred. It's 30 shred, right? So plus 15, 275. Yeah. So C6 Faruzan is a bit better, but it's not that big of a gap, honestly. Which makes sense, right? Oh yeah, I guess Xiao generates a good amount of particles. That's fair. I kind of forgot about that. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. So it's this, right? So it's Prune. So Prune is not an upgrade in this version of the team because you already fulfill the Hexerai condition. But if you're playing with Bennett instead, so Bennett on Noblesse, Sapwood, 191 plus 565. None of this shit matters. Just say. Okay, the attack percent we get, or the flat attack, sorry, we get from Nicole is removed. Copied it down, right? Yeah. So I should be able to just copy this left, right? No. Ooh, wait, I forgot the Nicole attack? No, I didn't. Okay. So we get rid of this. Then this. And this. Actually, we don't get the 300 from this. We also don't get the 350 here, right? Yeah. I'm done. Okay, so we've removed Nicole. I guess I actually hadn't removed Nicole Burst from Durin. I needed to do that. Oops. Well, it's only one proc of it, but still. Shannon is such a good plunge support. We never do calcs with her on the team because we already know she's best in slot anyways. True. I mean, would you ever justify using Xianyun just so that you have a healer on the team without Farina? God, that feels so bad. Like, just put the Bennett in the bag at that point. Anyways, we've removed Nicole. We haven't removed Gift yet. In this team, we don't remove Gift. In this team, we do, right? Yeah. So in this team, we lose 40 from Gift across the board. And we also lose it here. But in this team, we just lose wins on Durin instead. It's just that he goes Gift now. Or maybe you just go Gift Prune. Right, because this is 69k. I haven't added the Bennett buff yet, but so with 69k, if this loses it, whereas if this loses it, and Durin loses the 40 damage percent, it's worse. Yeah, so you're still... Oh, my, that feels awful. Jesus Christ. That feels so bad. You have another Hexorite character on the team, and they're not doing a lot of damage, but you still want to put Durin on Gift. Okay. So now we just add Noblesse plus 20%. Plus 20%. Plus 20%. Times 12 divided by 18. Why is Prune on wins? Because she kind of just scales better with attack percent with the team-wide buff than, like, she doesn't camp out her passive, which means that you get 43% attack from wins, which converts to... Right, it's 314 attack, which is like 8% damage, which is 2/3 of what the support set you would use her on is, right? Scroll. So it's you get 2/3 of scroll from the attack value increase. And you're sacrificing 1/3 of scroll for, like, infinite personal stats for her personal damage. Which is actually worth it. Right, you're only losing 4 damage percent on Xiao, who's already at fucking 300 and something. And you're doubling Prune's damage for that. Which is pretty good. You're not doubling her damage, but, like, it's yeah. Yeah, like you can't do Gift Prune because Durin doesn't get the buff from it, yeah. And losing the Gift buff on Durin is just a massive fucking deal. Anyways, we add the Bennett attack, which is plus 139% of this. And that's it. That's literally the only change. No, there's also Noblesse, but I've already added Noblesse. I didn't add Noblesse here, though. Did I add TOM? I didn't add TOM either. Oopsie. Plus 20%. Plus 20%. And then we add Noblesse. Plus 20% on him. Sorry, Bennett. Nicole is not using Bennett as an artifact set. My bad. And this is like times. Oh, yeah, Faruzan's kind of a problem here, huh? Because you're extending your rotation length from her without getting a Bennett buffed plunge. So this is 9 plunge, 5 collisions. This would be 10 plunge. And we lose Bennett buff on the last one. So... because you're still on Faruzan cooldown, there's no reason to... there's no point to swapping out. So this is times 9, 5 times 9, 5. And just one of these. Don't you need Prune for Bennett plus Xiao plus Durin for Hex? Yeah. So you don't get the Hex stuff on this one. Which means this is 1.125. This is not 1.275. You get 20 and 30, so it's 1.2. And then that seems low. Right. Rotation length? Yeah. This makes sense. Right, Prune is better here. And these teams are almost as good as the Nicole ones, but you have a healer instead of a shielder, which is kind of better for Xiao. Oh, wait, yeah, I also need to remove the Durin shred from his own damage, and also the shred here. This is now 1.2. Oh. This was 1.125. The pyro damage from Prune. Power damage from Prune here is now 1.05, which is the same as Durin for this, yeah. What about Eon-san instead of Bennett? I mean, that should kinda be better, but also not. Because... like, the buffs are better from Eon-san, and the uptime is better, which gives you flexibility, which is nice. But... you don't have a shielder in this one, right? Although... what if you did... Eon-san Nicole with Prune? Could that work? Not really, right? Because you don't have an off-field elemental application for Prune's passive. So you don't get full uptime on it. Yeah, that seems wrong. Yeah. If you were forced into the same rotation length, It'll basically be the same difference. Okay, cool. What about benching Durin? What if you do like Durin, Prune, or sorry, not Durin, Faruzan, Prune, and like you can't do Nicole as a thing, right? Like you want a Hexarai character, but Nicole doesn't work because you need off-field elemental application. And Fischl doesn't do much. Mona doesn't do much. Yeah. I guess it has to be Durin. Durin's kind of the only character that's Hexarai and that applies off-field element that can really be used in these teams. You could use Venti Burst Infusion, but then you need another character that's not Animal, so it doesn't allow you to run Prune Faruzan. So that's not really amazing. It'll work against enemies that have self-aura at least, which is cool, but... I mean, yeah, I mean, these numbers are kind of embarrassing, like... I mean, it's Xiao, like, no surprise there, but... Okay. I'm glad I looked at this, though. Because... initially, I thought that Prune was never an upgrade for the animal carry teams. But realizing that when you're not running Nicole, Prune is the best way to get Hexarai for the wins for the gift set. Because she just does a lot more for these teams than Sucrose does. Like it made me realize that there are actually use cases where Prune is better than Faruzan for these other animal carries. Is there anyone else? Look at Aoife carry. That's just Xiao, but with like slightly worse numbers. Like it's the same thing. Wanderer, kind of the same thing again. Although with Wanderer, you really do want to run Nicole over Bennett. Because the shield is really nice for him. So, like, is there anything else? So Faruzan is better than Prune for Wanderer. Generally, she should be, yeah. But yeah, right, that's if you get Nicole. If you don't get Nicole, you feel fine playing Wanderer without a shield, and you're playing with Bennett. And if you're playing with Bennett, then I think Prune C6 is better than Faruzan. But like, are you getting Prune C6 without getting Nicole? Probably not. So who cares? Can you run 2 Overload teams with Moib and Barissa separate? With the Hex characters? I mean, you can, sure. But that's not about Prune. Do you guys have any... Yeah, like... Is there any other archetypes where Prune could be, like, used that I haven't looked at yet? Can you guys think of any? Do you even spend your resin? No, because the wheel... I spun the wheel, and the wheel landed on stop stalling and started the pre-release. So I haven't spent my resin. I can't until I do the pre-release. That's just how it works, man. It is what it is. Child? I don't see a reason why Prune would ever be better than Sucrose for Child's teams. I think Eleni has some potential. I don't really see it. It should be the same as Klee, but worse, and then Prune is not great for Klee. So... Melt Risley? Prune won't be good for that team. Animo's just not very good for Risley Melt teams in general. It feels fucking terrible. Risley just doesn't have good ways of setting up cryo swirls. Alright, I think I'm ready. So I think it's time for you guys to say hi to YouTube. Kutzing Aggravate. We already looked at Clorinde-Aggravate, and Kutzing Aggravate will just be the same thing, but with less damage from the carry. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to the Prune pre-release analysis. We are getting yet another modern 4-star with a C6 that makes them a pretty significantly different unit from what they are without it. And, I mean, there's a lot to say about her. So, you look at the recent 4-star characters. I guess I say characters, but it's only really Lua because Yoda was kind of a joke, and I know, and like, yeah. Last one was the Onsan app before Lua. But she's that type of 4-star character. Is what I'm getting at least. So what is she? What does she do? Like what does she do for fun? What does she eat? Prune is an animal catalyst 4-star character. Now if you've been a friend of the channel for a while, you might hear animal catalyst 4-star character and think, we've been through this before, Zajef, haven't we? And honestly, in many ways, you're right. But Prune's intended role isn't necessarily going to be competing with Sucrose the same way that a lot of the 4-star catalyst characters we've had have been over the years. Like Aoife, Lanyan, Hazel, whatever. Xianyun, Yume Glorb. Anyways, but before we describe everything that she does, let's just get through her stats. So base HP, 9,679. This is relatively low, but she's not an on-fielder, so who cares? Base defense, 580, similar. Base attack. And just like I said in the Nicole pre-release, usually base attack doesn't matter because it's contextualized by a lot of other things, including the motion values the characters has. But in Prune's case, specifically just like Nicole, she gives a buff that scales with her total attack, which means that the thresholds of attack that she reaches will make her base attack very important in terms of quantifying how much of a buff she's giving. 221 base attack is pretty low. She has attack percent ascension. 4-star characters have lower ascension stats, 24 instead of 28.8. But the fact that she has low base attack means that, as we're going to see later, in order to maximize her buff, you'll actually see a much bigger difference between 4-star and 5-star weapons in terms of the value of the buff only. And also between 4-star and 3-star weapons, which is very impactful because she's an Animal Catalyst character, and there's a... it's not yet time to address the dragon in the room, but we will get to that. we will get to that. So, before we read any of these abilities, let's start with the thing that actually matters, which is her Ascension 4 passive, Talling Synchronicity. Synchronicity. After Prune hits an opponent with Convoluted Trigger Condition, which is when she deals damage with her... It's basically when she swirls. Like, whatever. When she swirls. She swirls. This is something that happens when her burst swirls and when she uses her skill. But basically, when she swirls, other nearby party members will gain the Talling Rally effect for 5 seconds. Now, Prune has like 8 different named effects in her kit, and like all of them affect different characters, have different durations, function differently. So she's like very annoying to keep track of. But the Talling Rally is the damage percent buff, and she provides it when she swirls to the whole team except herself. But it does work for off-field characters as long as she's triggering swirl. And again, right, like it's not directly triggering swirl, it's when her hammer with an absorption hits an enemy, but this is something that happens when her burst swirls. So it's effectively when she swirls. And this Talling Rally effect, it increases the damage of normal, charge, plunge, skill, and bursts based on her attack. Now, the damage that you get from this is not it doesn't scale directly with her attack. Like, the scaling is linear, but it doesn't start at 0. Or rather, it starts at 0, but it stays 0 after the first few points of attack. So it's based on her attack above 2,000. Now, this really changes the like balance, basically, of how important the stat is for her. Because since she has low base attack, right, 221, attack percent ascension, let's say for now that you're using her on whatever low base attack 4-star weapon, 454, that doesn't have attack percent in the passive. You get 24% attack, and you build her attack main stats with a little bit of substats and nothing from the rest of the kit. So let's say like 20%. You get your feather, a couple like flat attack substats, and that brings you to a little bit over 2,000 attack. But because the first 2,000 points of attack do not count toward her buff at all, this means that the like lower bound of attack you get to with Prune has 0 damage percent. The upper bound, though, is, you know, every point of attack after 2,000 is 0.025 damage percent. So every 1,000 attack is 25% more, and it caps at 50%, which happens at 4,000 total attack. But at 2,265, right? Low base attack weapon. No attack percent substat. And just... Maybe we get a little bit more from substats because she doesn't care as much about crit. So you can focus your substats on Flower and Feather on attack percent. 35? Sure. Well, with this, you get 9%. If you were to use another weapon where it still isn't attack percent substat, but it's just a high base attack 4-star weapon instead, you're getting double the damage percent buff. Just from the weapon having high base attack instead of low base attack. Now, when you're using an attack percent substat weapon, lower base attack weapons have a higher substat, so the gap is a lot smaller. Right? It'll be... Is it 55.1 on low base attack weapons? I think so. Yeah, 55.1. Whereas this one is 27.6. But that's still like... That's still a pretty noticeable gap just from the weapon. It's both of these hypothetical weapons are attack substat 4-star weapons. It's just that one of them is higher base attack than the other. And you're getting 4 extra damage percent to your whole team just from that. We'll talk about this in more detail when we get to the the weapon section of the pre-release. But what I want you guys to keep in mind for now is 50 damage percent is a lot. Right? Like, that's more than a full main stats worth of stats. When it comes to support value comparison, 40% is what you get from Scroll. So the upper bound of damage percent provided by Prune, paired with the fact that she is an animal character, so she can use VV, means that just from this passive... Wait, also, I just realized I didn't include the self-attack buffs she has here. But it doesn't change the fact that the difference would be 4%, so... But whatever, plus 60% on both. Very cool. It's still a 4% difference. Anyways. The upper bound of damage percent she can provide means that just from this passive, she's already better than Kazuha. Already, you know, just in terms of stat quantity, doing more than Shilonen. It's a lot. The caveat to that is that most teams aren't really reaching this. Now, some teams get a lot higher than others. Attack buffs can be available externally through Noblesse, TOM. Can be available through Power Resonance. Can be available through your weapons as well, right? But this is not a static 50%. Right? When you look at Kazuha's buff or Sucrose's buff, right? The quantity of EM that they get to is pretty much always in the same ranges, right? Around 800 if you're not on an EM weapon, and around 1,000 if you are for Kazuha, and 100 less than that for Sucrose because she doesn't have EM Ascension. So the damage percent buff that you get from Kazuha is pretty much always 30 to 40%, right? Maybe a bit more if you have like insane EM substats, but or maybe a bit less if you have like no EM substats. But it's pretty much always in that range. Whereas with Prune, the lower bound, I'd say, would probably be... $5. And the upper bound is maxing it out at 50. There's a lot more variance. And that's going to come into play a lot when it comes to the discussions on her teams. Because there are some teams where she will be pretty much just strictly better than whatever other animo option you might be using. And there are other teams that might have better synergy with other parts of her kit where she isn't, just because you kind of don't get value from all the attack. Alright? Especially when it comes to comparisons with Sucrose, who, in teams that care a bit less about the EM, sometimes you'll use TTDS on her. If you're using TTDS on Sucrose versus Prune really doesn't want to use TTDS. So it's, yeah. In any case, let's talk about the other passives. So this is the passive I very briefly mentioned when I was talking about her trigger condition. During the elemental burst, the bell tolls. After the Witch Lure, bell in Hunter Seeker mode. Again, right, like, we haven't actually described the abilities yet, because we kind of have to look at this part first, because this is the important part. But her burst has off-field animo, and if the off-field animo triggers Swirl, you get a Bane Hunter Oathhammer, which is her absorbed attack. Now, unlike a character like Kazuha, character like Sucrose, character like Venti, her elemental absorption of another element is not like you get the absorption once and then it's locked in for the duration of the ability. Every time she triggers Swirl from her burst, she will get an absorbed element of whatever element you swirled. So if you swirl Cryo off-field in a Melt team, it won't absorb and deal Pyro damage just because you cast her burst inside of Bennett buff or something. But that also means that if you don't have off-field elemental application, say you're trying to think of using Prune in a Xiao team, and you're like, okay, well, I want to use Prune, but I gotta use Faruzan, and I guess I'll just use an attack buffer like Nicole or Bennett or Eon-san or whatever. Well, you suddenly don't have off-field application, which means that after 2 swirls, you don't have an aura on the element, and without an aura on the element, Prune isn't triggering Swirl, which means she's not providing damage %. So there's upsides to the fact that her absorption doesn't lock in on cast, and there's downsides. And yeah, this damage is burst damage, so if you want to build for the damage of this specifically, you can go for burst damage focused stuff, but you won't, so it doesn't matter. And finally, she has the Witch passive. So she is a Hexarai character. After completing Witch's homework, she becomes Hexarai, and when you have 2 Hexarai characters in your party, you get her Witch passive. And her Witch passive is yet another very convoluted effect. After a Hexarai character in the party affected by the Tolling Rally effect triggers a reaction on an opponent. So, the characters affected by Tolling Rally are any character other than Prune after Prune has triggered a swirl within the last 5 seconds. This is what I mean, right? It gets convoluted. So if a character other than Prune that is Hexarai triggers a reaction after Prune has swirled, Prune's attack increases. The increase is 60%, which, well, is a big deal. Even on the lowest base attack weapons you might use on her, 60% attack, let's just fucking add back the attack main stat here. Alright, 60% attack is 10 damage %, right? Because it's just 60% of whatever her base attack is. And every 1,000 attack is 25%. You're basically at almost 40% of that. So it's basically just 10%. And that's how you should treat this passive, right? This isn't about Prune's attack increases by 60%. This is about the amount of damage percent you're getting from Prune's passive is increasing by anywhere between like 10 and 15% depending on her base attack. Now, this is with the assumption that this attack percent actually counts towards this. And I believe that's the case. So I'll, for the rest of the video, like, this is what I'll be going off of. Just know that I haven't actually had that confirmed. So it's possible that it's not the case. It's weird because, like, there is no real consistency in terms of which buffs like can work with each other and which aren't. Like, supposedly, from the data mines, people found out that it's literally just like some buffs have a tag that says that they can't be counted towards other buffs, and some buffs don't have that tag. And I like, I don't have the like we don't know if these buffs have the tag or not. So it's like I hope it works, but I mean it probably does. I feel like it wouldn't really make sense if it doesn't. I can get confirmation. That would be nice if you can, yeah. Anyways, so if a Hexarai character other than Prune triggers a reaction in a team where, you know, you have auras on the element, so you are triggering Swirl on Prune, Prune's attack is increased by 60%, which is a 10 to 15 damage percent buff to the team. If the elemental reaction you triggered with that Hexarai character that is not Prune is a Swirl reaction, so specifically, if you're using Venti, Varka, or Sucrose as your carry, or I guess if you're using Prune and Sucrose as supports together, then the character that triggered that reaction also gets an extra 30% attack. But I guess Sucrose wouldn't care about that, so whatever. So, to summarize this passive, because the attack is effectively, because the attack on her is effectively just translating to damage percent on the rest of the team, because she doesn't really cap out her passive without this effect, like, ever. And because her personal damage, while not entirely insignificant, isn't that meaningful, this passive, this Hexarai passive is basically saying, 10 to 15 damage percent and 30% attack, but only if you're using Venti or Varka as your carry. Like, only if your name is Varka or Venti. And yeah, so like I love it when a character is like pretty much almost explicitly designed to have parts of their kit that just don't function on characters that don't have a specific name. That's great. Amazing game design. In case you couldn't tell, I'm lying right now. I'm being facetious, is that the right word for it? I'm you know, the sarcasm oozes from my being at the moment. I don't think this is a good way to design characters, and I deeply, deeply hate it. But let's just move on to the actual ability descriptions. Ring-a-ding-ding, Hex Hunter Chime. Unleash the wind's might to defeat the evil witch and save... What the fuck? What does she have to do with René Descartes? What the... Okay, I never noticed What the? Huh? Is that like the name of her hammer or some shit? Like, what? Why is it called that? Anyways, unleashes the wind's might to defeat the evil witch and save Descartes. Okay. We got a thinker over here. Prune strikes the witch lure bell with her Bane Hunter Oath Hammer, dealing animo damage. If Prune triggers Swirl on an opponent, she gets a second skill. And that second skill is basically the same thing, but of an absorbed element. Prune 60% self-attack buff does count to Array 4. Okay, bad. Can you check if the C6 buff does? Because I've been assuming if the Witch passive does, but the C6 doesn't. But the C6 might. That would be helpful for when I talk about cons. Anyways, I'm honestly not like 100% sure how much you're supposed to care about the second one. Like depending on what's the earliest you can swamp after skill, what's the earliest you can cast burst after skill, and how much of a delay happens from using the second skill, it's very possible that a lot of teams will end up skipping this. But for now, I've just been assuming that you don't skip it, and we'll find out when she comes out how important it is. It shouldn't really be that big of a difference either way. But yeah, so she hits with Animo and then hits with the unabsorbed hit of whatever element she swirled. And again, right, because her C6 also counts. Okay, bet. Thank you for telling me. That makes her a bit better than I've been calculating her out then. Cool. That's actually a lot better, right? It's just an extra 10% damage to every team that isn't already capping her passive. Huh. That's pretty big, huh? Okay. Good to know, I guess. Anyways, yeah, so we've got those two hits. That's cool. The emotion value at talent level 9, we can also look at talent level 12, because she's a 4-star, so you might end up with cons on her. Talent level 9 is basically 300 and 350. Talent level 12, 350 and 400. That's just whatever, right? Like, the total emotion value isn't bad, right? Like, there's 620, 630 here, and like 740 here. But it's far from enough to really focus on having her just deal a lot of damage. If you build her full damage, you can get a pretty nice hit of the hammer, but it won't be better than just maximizing her passive, so you don't really care too much about it. Because the absorbed element is the same as whatever was swirled, she doesn't have any like interesting, cool absorption tech for double swirl setups, the same way that a character like Kazuha did in International back in the day. But in current modern day Genshin meta, there just aren't really any teams that care about this, so it doesn't matter too much. Anyways, burst. Prune gently swings the Witch Lure Bell, dealing animo damage to nearby opponents. After this, the bell will enter the Hunter Seeker mode. In this mode, the Witch Lure Bell will follow the current active character, attacking surrounding opponents at intervals. The interval is pretty slow. You get a total of 5 hits at C0, 7 hits at C6, which extends the duration. And you trigger a reaction on every hit. So that's up to 5 swirls. from the on-field version of it. And obviously every swirl is refreshing the duration of this. And I would assume that if you have attack buffs that work dynamically, it will refresh the duration of this based on whatever her current attack is and override the old one. Basically, she has off-field dynamo, and you can't use her off-field dynamo as a way to sustain elemental application in the same way that you could for other absorbers, because her absorption is just whatever element is already on the enemy. She's basically just making up for the aura she's weakened by hitting with the same element again. And yeah, because she's a 4-star, constellations on her matter a lot more. So before we get into any of the usual pre-release things, we can go through the constellations. C1, after the Bane Hunter Oathhammer that has undergone elemental conversion hits an opponent, Prune will regain 2 energy. This effect can occur once every 1.8 seconds. She gets 1 from the skill. She gets, by default, at C0, well, at C1, I guess, 5 from the burst. So that's 6 total. Her particle generation on the skill is 5 particles, and her elemental burst is 70 cost. So what do her ER requirements look like? So, 1.8, 0.6 to 1.2. Energy, cost, refund, ER. First, we can take a look at the Varka team, because very clearly, Prune was designed for Varka. So that's like the main intended team for her. In a Varka team, you have 5 particles from herself that are Animo. You have 6 particles from Varka's skill cast that are not caught by her. You have the particles. Let's say we look at the full next match premium with Nicole Durin. Nicole is 5 particles. Durin is 4. 4? 4. Neither of these sets of particles are caught by Prune. So, and by default, a team like that doesn't necessarily want to be running Fav on any of the other characters, right? You want to be running TTDS, Nicole, Damage Weapon, Durin, if you can. So you wouldn't get any extra particles from the Fav. You'd get particles from enemy HP thresholds. Her energy cost is 70. At C0, she doesn't have a refund. Should mean that her ER requirements at C0 in this team are at around 210%. That's pretty high. To the point where it's kind of difficult to get through substats alone. She doesn't have ER Ascension, right? And the support sets that she uses most often don't have ER as a substat on them either. So if you're not using a weapon that gives you any sort of energy, right? You need to get 108 ER just from substats in order to not need an ER main stat sense, which is over 20% on every piece. Including the fact that, you know, you have to go attack main stat. So it's not 20% on any piece the same way it is on Bennett. It's 20% on a piece with attack main stat for Sans, Goblin, and Circlet. This is pretty fucking unrealistic. It's just really not gonna happen. Whereas at C1, right, you get this extra 6 procs of the refund. Refund is 2 energy each. So that's just 12 energy refund, 172. That's 15% average on each piece, which actually is achievable through substats alone. Because you got to keep in mind, one of your pieces can be off piece, and it's a lot easier to get a lot of ER from Flower and Feather. So if you're using a weapon that doesn't give you any energy whatsoever, at C0, you're pretty much forced to run ER Sands, or at C1 with good enough artifact quality, you can probably get away with attack Sands. If you run Fav, however, you run Fav on her, the Fav's substat is 45.9, so it's pretty trivial to reach her ER requirements, to the point where ER substats don't really matter anymore, and then you're kind of quote-unquote wasting the energy on her at least. But this might allow you to battery her particles into someone else. So there's still going to be some situations for it. We'll get to that when we are at the weapon section. Let's look at some other teams though, because this is not the only team where you're running her. Another team I want to look at now is a Clorinde team. Specifically because, as we're going to talk about later, there's some interesting things about aggravate teams with her. So, in a Clorinde team, you don't have another animal character, but you have, in a Clorinde aggravate, you have Electro Resonance and you have Fischl, which is a lot of particles. Maybe you end up catching 2 electro particles from that. And then you have so it's forgot how many particles Clorinde generates. It's 1 every 2 seconds, which would be 4, right? Maybe 4 or 3, depending. Like the second one might be 3. So let's say 7, and then 5 from Electro Resonance, and then Kirara. Technically, you can short hold, but you're not fucking doing that shit. Anyways, so in a team like this, your requirements are actually lower despite being solo animal. Just because of the sheer amount of electro particles, Fischl plus electro resonance generates. Wait. Now, 86% ER from substats alone is a lot more achievable than 108. But it's still a lot more difficult than 70. So this is going to require a very good artifact quality to be able to skip energy weapon altogether, but it is possible, and then at C1 is just basically trivial. And then we can take a look at a team where the energy economy is a lot worse. So what's a team where you would use Prune with shit energy? Ganyu Melt, why are you using Prune in there, man? Don't do this to yourself. Yeah, I mean, we can take a look just at using the Varga team with Bennett instead of Nicole, because Bennett generates less particles than Nicole does. And already, right, plus 12% to your Eurocard. This is, like, just straight up impossible. Right, that's, I mean, I guess it's not technically impossible, but this shit is not happening. And this is, like, relatively doable at C1. All of this to say, the just total amount of energy you get from the C1 isn't that much. But because she only really has 2 stats she really cares about, and it's attack and ER, if C1 is what is needed to get you to the breakpoint, where you can get ER from substats alone without needing to sacrifice a full attack main stat, then her C1 can be pretty useful. But in teams where either you still don't have enough ER with the C1, or you already have enough ER without the C1, this does literally nothing, because if you can build less ER on your substats, what you get in exchange is fucking flat attack, right? Like, your goblet can't run, or can't roll an attack percent substat if it's attack percent main stat. So you're just cooked. Isn't it 10 flat energy at C1? It should be 12 because you can make it happen with this. The skill itself also has a Bane Hunter Oath Hammer that gets converted. But it might be 10 if you skip it, that's true. So it can be two less energy if you skip it. Anyways, next is the C2. Using burst, during the burst, Prune gains another new named buff, the Hunt the Witch effect. Prune's attack increases by 10%, and when your converted Oath Hammer hits an opponent, it further increases her attack by 5%. So 10% at the start, and every time it hits after that, it's plus 5%, capping out at 40. So it's basically just a little bit of scaling attack, right? By the time you swap to your carry, you've generally already had one at least. So it's 15 attack to 40 attack, scaling relatively linearly, averaging out at like 25, 30. Which again, right, is going to convert to damage percent from her passive. Right, it's attack for her, not for the carry, but it's damage percent for the carry. C3 is that skill or burst? That's burst. Doesn't matter. Pretty much all of her value is coming from the passives, so no one cares about this. On top of that, a good portion of the damage from the burst is not actually the burst, it's the passive. Like the Ascension passive that sends a hammer when your burst swirls. The scaling on it is a 150%. The scaling of the burst, even at talent level 12, is 140%. Talent level 13, it's 150, so they basically do the same amount if you have a C3 plus Prune that's crowned. But what this means is this is effectively only a talent level on half of your burst. So even if you care about her damage, it's like, whatever. And this makes the C3 even worse, because it adds an extra hit of damage every time your absorbed hammer hits enemies, and it's 80%. That's cool. This, as far as I understand, does not apply element. When you look at the elemental application and gauge data, she has one hammer that has 1U and one hammer that has 0U. And I assume that the 1U one is the default one and the 0U one is the one from C4. If it does turn out to apply an element, then it'll be a little bit better in Aggravate, I guess, but it doesn't really matter. Neither A1 or C4 apply element. Is that true? The A1 doesn't apply element, are you sure? The one that applies is the second E. Alright, that's good to know, I suppose. Whatever. It's not like it really matters. It only matters for Aggravate, and it's not like she does a lot of damage in Aggravate anyways. C5 is skill level, also doesn't really matter. And C6 is the next constellation that matters. So C1 matters, C2 matters, C4 matters a little bit, like it's kind of just a better version of the C3, but it's still not that big of a deal. And then C6 is the third break point that really matters. So the duration of her burst is extended by 4 seconds. This, by default, can already be useful in some teams. If you want to open your rotation with Prune, because this lasts for 5 seconds, and the burst lasts for 12, then you're effectively saying that your damage percent buffs will expire 17 seconds after you swamp to Prune. So for long rotations, you might lose some uptime on it on your carries. Plus 4 means that it expires after 21 seconds, which basically there are no teams where your rotations are too long for that to not cover. But generally, the 4-second duration doesn't matter too much. It's 2 more hits from the burst, which is a bit more damage, but the real big part of the C6 is the next one, which is after nearby party members affected by Tolling Rally trigger any elemental reaction. So this is any party in your any member of your party other than Prune triggering a reaction. It causes Prune and your active party member, not whoever triggered the reaction, your active party member, to gain 350 flat attack. It can be whoever triggered the reaction if your on-fielder is triggering the reaction. But the point is, you need to have a character other than Prune triggering reactions in order to get this. Just like the Hexarite passive. And unlike the Hexarite passive, which buffs the attack of the triggering character, the C6 buffs the attack of the active character. And I mean, I'm sure you're starting to find out why I opened this with there's a lot of convoluted shit in this kit. Yeah. So she has like a bunch of different buffs, and some of these buffs apply to some teams, and it's a pain in the ass. Like I keep going through my calcs and figuring out and realizing like, oh no, actually this team doesn't actually get this buff. Oops, I fucked up, and it's it's very annoying, and I don't like it. But yeah, we can quick recap of all the buffs, right? She has 3 main ones. Right, 3 main buffs, right? The damage percent buff, the attack percent buff, and the flat attack buff. The damage percent buff happens when she swirls. And it buffs the whole party. The attack percent buff happens for a Hexarite character that swirls, or whenever other party members trigger reactions. If it's a Hexarite character, they get attack percent. If it's not a Hexarite character, it's only Prune, but that still converts to a damage percent buff from the first one. And then the C6 buff, the flat attack buff, happens when other party members trigger a reaction. It's when her converted hammer hits. Yeah, but the trigger condition for that is when she swirls. We don't need to add another step. We can, if this step is always a direct result of this, then we can just skip it and say it's when she swirls. Because if I just say it's when her hammer hits, you might forget that her hammer only hits when she swirls, so the team will, like, a team that doesn't have an aura on enemies loses that. Anyways, and then the C6 buff, if anyone else is swirling, this buffs your active, or not swirling. If anyone is triggering reactions other than Prune on the team, this buffs the active party member. Even if the active party member is not the one triggering the reaction. So basically, if you're running, or if your second Animo carry, or if your second Hexarai character is an Animo carry, they get all of it. If it's an Animo support, they also get all of it, and then your carry also gets the C6, but you can also get the C6 without Animo, and also without Hexarai. I fucking... It's a pain in the ass. But, pain in the ass aside, let's quantify this, right? So, upper bound of what she provides, 50% damage, 30% attack, and 350 flat attack. That's a lot of buffs. Right, that's without including whatever support set that you're using. And obviously, as an Animo character, she can use VV. This is a pretty fucking sizable amount of buffs. Even without the flat attack, if you don't have the C6, this is still a pretty good amount of buffs. But without the flat attack or the attack percent, you're starting to look a little pathetic. Because the condition for the attack percent is Hexarai, Animo. Because the condition for the attack percent is Varka. Because, like, there's, like, 3 people that play Venti Carry. Although, to be fair, Venti Carry does get a lot better next patch. So, maybe there's going to be a bit more people that play Venti Carry, but no one plays Venti Carry. So, because the trigger condition for the attack percent is Varka, and the trigger condition for the flat attack is C6, there are a lot of teams where this is all you're getting. A lot of teams, a lot of accounts, a lot of instances where you would play her, where this is all you're getting. That being said, I mean, this is just more than Kazuha. You don't have the grouping, but with Stygian being the main form of endgame content and being bosses, grouping doesn't matter all that often. So, assuming you're capping her buff, she's kind of just Kazuha but better, while also having access to arguably better weapon options, and requiring less field time. So even in those, like, even just as like as a character to end up getting on an account where you're not like specifically trying to go for her and you're not necessarily playing any teams or like she's a premium option, we're basically just getting an actual damage percent Animo support for teams that don't care about the EM from Sucrose. So that's pretty cool. That's nice. That's all right. But with all of that said, I think it's time to get into the usual pre-release things, starting with weapon options, then artifact stats, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. And there's a lot more to say about weapons than there usually is because of how much Prune relies on breakpoints, right? Because there are teams where it's possible to actually cap out her attack passive, at which point getting more attack does fucking nothing for you, and it might be worth it to go for a weapon that gives you a bit less attack, but something more indirectly, whether it's a FAV for more particles, or maybe even TDDS, if you manage to get a fuck ton of extra attack percent. So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Let's take a look at a few situations. Situation number one, and throughout these situations, we'll take a look at a few different weapon options. We'll have TTDS, because, I mean, she's an animal catalyst, so of course we have TTDS. But like I mentioned towards the beginning of the video, especially because her base attack is pretty low, it means that the total amount of base attack that she ends up at on a low base attack weapon is pretty noticeably lower than on a high base attack weapon. And because TTDS is a 3-star weapon, that's... yeah. So her base attack is 221. And TTDS is 401. Other 4-star weapon options that we might consider are just the ones that have attack percent, or as a substat or as a passive, and ideally that have high base attack. So we can take a look at at Oathsworn Eye, which was an older event weapon that gives you energy recharge from the passive. Just know that, like I mentioned when I talked about the energy requirements, there's some teams where you can reach the ER requirements without getting an energy weapon. So in a lot of teams, the ER is just quality of life more so than actually allowing you to build more offensive stats. Because you can't build attack percent substat on your attack percent main stat. And building more flat attack in your artifacts is just so... so insignificant, really. So, Oathsworn Eye is going to be 565 base attack. Oops. And just know that, again, right? The only difference between Oathsworn Eye and where is it? Flowing Purity for Prune is the ER, right? You're getting damage percent instead of ER. She doesn't really care about the damage percent. Maybe we just use Flowing Purity as our comparison here then. We might as well also have Oathsworn Eye. I'll just call it Purity. So that we can look at situations where you really need the energy. We can take a look at Fav, which is 510 base. We can take a look at Hakushin Ring. And after that, it's probably just 5-star stuff. So Skyward Atlas. We can take a look at whatever 674 base attack weapon that doesn't have an attack percent substat. Alright, if you're using Tulatala's Remembrance, for example. And we can take a look at actually, like, potentially relevant signature weapons, which is kind of just Xianyan Sig and Nicole's Sig, I guess. Do you even care about Nicole's Sig? I guess. But you don't get the trigger condition from the shield, so you kind of don't. I guess you're not getting this either, though. So both of these are basically the same. Right, so a 741 base. And because they're all basically interchangeable, there's no reason to name them. So the first situation I want to look at will be in the Varka team. So in a Varka team at C6. Prune. So in the Varka team at C6 Prune, we end up with Power Resonance. We end up with a bunch of attack from substat. Main stats, 3 of them. We end up with a 60% self-attack buff from the passive. We end up with the C2 buff, which is gonna average out at like 30% in those teams-ish. And that's it, I believe. In case you were wondering, Prune's buff does not actually get increased by the attack provided by Nicole. So that doesn't actually impact anything here. You get a little bit more in that team because of Power Resonance, but that's kind of it. So we only end up with like 350-ish flat attack from Feather and a couple of substats. You're not actively looking for flat attack, so we're not going to assume more than 2, but maybe you will end up at a little bit more than 2. And then the buff. Okay. And then with these, we have this. And the attack percent is plus... Oh yeah, the C6 itself as well. That's true. That's true. For Flowing Purity is just plus 27.6. Same for Oswarnai. I should also say minimum of 50%. That. Then on Fav, you don't have any extra attack percent. On Hakushin, we don't have any extra attack percent. On Atlas, we have an extra 33.1. On whatever random 675 base attack weapon. I should actually have this be a text cell. There we go. This would also be 0. And on the 741 base attack weapons, they both have attack percent substat. Technically, Nicole's Sig gives you an extra 12%, but you're pretty much always capped with that, so it doesn't actually matter very much. And then these stay the same. Oh yeah. So, the difference from 565. I'll have as the row here, just so that you can get a feeling for compared to what the default free-to-play weapon will be, which is Oathsworn, or if you don't have it, just Flowing Purity. How much you're gaining or losing from using a given weapon. Oh wait, yeah. Caught. There we go. So, in the Varka team at C6, right? That's when you end up with getting pretty much capping out the passive on these 565 base attack weapons. So, using Atlas or a 5-star weapon is literally just the same, right? Here it's 0.5 because we're 20 attack short. But like if I just assumed one more roll of flat attack, we're capping the passive. So in these teams, it is very possible to just cap out the passive. Technically, right? This is with averaging out the attack buff from C2. And what this means is that technically, at the very start of your uptime, when the C2 is not providing the full buff yet, you're not quite capped, and then you end up capped. And with these weapons, you might just be capped from the start, but it's really not a difference. But obviously, a lot of teams, it's going to be a little bit different, right? So the second scenario I want to look at, very same team, C0-Prune. So this just all right, I should do there we go. C0-Prune in this team, I've talked about earlier, how it's very likely you're going to need an ER sense. And as you can see, because now you're not trivially capping, or not trivially, but because now it's pretty unrealistic to cap the passive, right, we're at 3200 attack. On these default free-to-play options, there's a much bigger difference from getting these 5-star weapons, whether you're using Atlas or a 741 base weapon. And also, as you can see, any 674 base weapon, just because of the higher flat attack, partly as... Oh, wait, oh my god. GG. Plus 24 from the attack ascension. Doesn't really change much, but still. Yeah, just from the higher flat attack on the 5-star weapon that are high base attack, 674. Even if you don't have attack percent as a substat, they're still slightly better than these 4-star stat sticks with attack percent on them. Because we don't have a 4-star stat stick that both has an attack percent substat and also extra attack percent from the passive. At 608 instead of 674, it's just worse though. So it's only the high base attack 5-star weapons that are going to be better stat sticks. But the difference from getting any SIG weapon, like that's 741, and using Atlas is incredibly small. So you should never pull for like Nicole's SIG just because you like Prune. Don't do that shit. Jesus Christ. Unless you want to put it on Nicole, then like sure, but like do not do this to yourself. And this is not like team damage difference, it's just the damage, the value of the damage percent buff, right? But using Atlas over using Oathsworn in this team, or using Flowing Purity, I guess is the better. Because technically, Flowing Purity here, in this team, the ER passive is actually useful with C0-Prune. So we would actually get an extra attack main stat. And then attack main stat Purity versus ER main stat Atlas are pretty close to each other. It's a 3% damage percent difference. It's not that big of a deal. But the main thing I want to focus on here isn't necessarily the increase from this, it's the decrease from this. 20%, I guess 5 actually, also would be here, yeah. 20% is a lot of damage percent. So... Oh, did I fucking give the... Ah, my god. I gave the attack sense to Flowing Purity instead of Oathsworn. My bad. Because not everyone has all sworn, I should probably be using... Flowing Purity as a comparison point instead. But yeah, 20% worse is... Like, 20% is a lot of fucking damage percent. Now, TDDS does give 48% attack, but that 48% attack has a bit more hoops to jump through. One, it's a 20-second cooldown, and apparently it's not actually 20 seconds, it's like 21 in practice. Like, if you swap exactly 20 seconds later, it doesn't actually proc on the second rotation. So, there's that. So, if your rotation is any shorter than 20 seconds or 21 seconds, then instead of 48% attack, you're basically just getting 24, because it's only every other rotation. Two, the duration is not anywhere nearly as long, right? It's a 10-second duration. Can be extended by hit lag, but it's like at most like 11, 12 maybe, but still not. It's often not full uptime. It forces you to swap from Prune to your carry, which is often nice because she often wants PB, but there are some teams where there's a different character that would prefer to be swapped into after Prune, such as those very Varka teams, in order to get full value from the Nicole passive on Varka. Is there anything else? And it's only to your carry, right? It's only... The attack percent buff is literally only to one character, whereas this buff is team-wide. Even assuming you do fulfill the conditions for TTDS, very often, TTDS is straight up worse for your carry's damage than just using the craftable weapons, just because you're getting so much less value from this buff. And the Varga teams with C6 Prune tend to be ones where Prune's attack goes the highest. Because there's not that many external attack buffs that apply to off-field characters that actually count towards Prune's attack scaling. Like, generally, it's like Power Resonance, Noblesse, TOM. That's kind of it. I suppose the Varga teams don't have Noblesse, TOM, but they have Power Resonance. In, like, the very best case scenario for TTDS, right? A team where you would have fictional best case. A team where you would have attack or Power Resonance, a character on Noblesse, a character on TOM. Anything else? Throw in Bennett? No, that doesn't work. You could just add Nicole. Nicole's buff doesn't count. Nicole's buff does not count towards her thresholds. Chavors for Animo? Yeah. Yeah. A team that somehow manages to get Pyro Resonance and Noblesse and TOM, despite the fact that you kind of want to have someone on the new support set. And it's very likely you want her on VV, and that's kind of a lot of different support sets to have on a team, but whatever, right? Fictional scenario, best possible case for TTDS generally. You're still losing like 12 damage percent-ish. I guess technically, maybe you have like insane Flower and Feather, so an extra like 10% in substats, 20% on Flower, 25 on Feather, and you also have like 300 flat attack on your Goblet, Sands, and Circlet somehow. In that fictional best case scenario, it's possible that you're actually getting to pretty much cap the buff even on TTDS. And if that's the case, then obviously TTDS can actually be a good weapon. But that scenario is not real. None of the teams where you would actually consider using prunes generally get anywhere close to this on TTDS. And most scenarios will, at best, look like this. And honestly, at a 20% difference, you're pretty much better off just using Oathsworn. Or Flowing Purity or whatever. So TTDS, benched. Actually benched. There's basically no teams that want to run TTDS Prune, from what I've looked at. Fav, on the other hand, is a little different. Because at the end of the day, the base attack on Fav is fucking 109 higher than the base attack on TTDS. It's a pretty big difference when it comes to a character that builds 300 attack percent. You know, that's like 400 and something attack more. And because of this, you can see here, right? On the teams that cap the buff on Flowing Purity, Fav is not that far behind on the buff. On the teams that don't cap the buff on Flowing Purity, but also need the energy, like the C0-Prune one, Fav is actually basically the same, because it allows you to skip the ER main stat. And then that's without counting how useful it is for the rest of the team's energy. Fav will only be noticeably worse. On a team where you are not really capping the passive, so let's say Varka C2 Prune, but you don't need the energy. But even then, 10 less damage percent, that's annoying. It kind of sucks. But 3 clear particles is a lot of energy. Not just for herself, but also for the rest of the team. And it is very possible, maybe not in these Varka teams specifically, because obviously Varka's not a burst-reliant character. And Durin has a lot of energy refund in his kit. But there are going to be some teams where you might want to consider Fav, even if she doesn't need the energy. Just because you're not sacrificing anywhere near as much as you are from Purity. Especially those teams that need the energy, right? Like, obviously. But there are going to be situations where it's a consideration, even if you don't need the energy. In any case, right, all of this to say, there are effectively, like, 4, I guess, weapons you can think about. You have the 5-star stat stakes, right? And when I say a 5-star stat stake, I'm basically just saying a 5-star weapon with attack percent. You have the Flowing Purity. You have Fav. And you have Oathsworn Eye. And Flowing Purity is basically just a worse version of the 5-star stat sticks, or sometimes worse and sometimes the same version of Oathsworn Eye. And your best possible weapon will generally be either the 5-star stat stick, the Fav, or the Oathsworn, depending on what exactly your team needs. So this isn't that like the typical like there's one clear best in slot weapon, right? She's a 4-star character, so she's not coming out with a dedicated 5-star weapon, a signature weapon. And because there are a lot of teams that cap out her passive without needing a 5-star weapon, right? Just from Flowing Purity or Oathsworn or whatever. That means that those 5-star statistics just basically do nothing for you. Like, technically, they increase your personal damage a little bit compared to these 4-star weapons, but it's really not that big of a difference. Next is artifact sets. And this one's kind of weird, man. Prune is a weird character. So, obviously, she's an animal character, so we can talk about VV. There's not too much to say about VV. It's good. If your team cares about the shred at all, then you probably want VV. Even if you have other shred in your team, if you're going to be swirling the element who is comprising a significant source of damage, then you probably want her on VV, even if the shred is redundant, just because 40% is a lot of shred, and even if the shred is redundant, there's just not enough sources of it to truly saturate the stat. In the same way where you can really saturate attack percent or damage percent just by getting, like, a fuck ton of external attack buffs or damage buffs. Basically, if you do any sort of non-Animo, Geo, or Dendro damage, VV is probably good. Is an off-fielder that deals pyro damage like Durin enough to justify going VV even if your carry doesn't deal pyro damage? Often it's not. Just because Durin is a shredder himself, and at that point, because it's such a small portion of your team DPS, then you might just get better value going for a set that improves your carry stats more. But what support set do you want to run on her? Obviously, you can run Noblesse. It's an attack percent buff to the whole team. You can run... you can't run TOM because her hammer is burst damage, not skill damage. The problem with Noblesse is that Noblesse is kind of a bad uptime. It's 12 seconds of uptime, and more characters that want to use Noblesse often tend to be characters you swap into earlier into your rotations, so you end up losing Noblesse uptime on your carries pretty often nowadays, and that makes Noblesse a bit worse. You can also go for 2-piece scroll, or sorry, 4-piece scroll, right? Even if it's only the 12%. 12% damage is a pretty nice team-wide buff. But Prune has another support set. Which feels very wrong.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
But it, yeah. So let's go back in time. Trip to the past to why TTDS just isn't that good on her. It's because the value of her stat buff, because it doesn't start on 0 attack, it starts at 2000 attack, actually scales incredibly well with the just straight up amount of attack she gets. Right? Like, it effectively means that getting attack is twice as impactful for her buff compared to any other character's buff, where the buff value doesn't start at 0. So long as you're not actually reaching the cap, right? But, well, 43% attack on these weapons, like Flowing Purity, is like between 300 and 400 attack, right? Like on Skyward Atlas, it's basically like 400. Right? On Fav, it's like 300. So gaining 43% attack is basically just 300 to 400 flat attack. And 300 flat attack, well, is 7.5 damage percent. And 400 flat attack is 10 damage percent. Scroll is 12 damage percent. But Wins also just gives Prune 43% attack for her damage and 20% crit for her damage. And also, if you're using Fav, for your ability to proc the Fav passive. There's actually a few teams I've looked at where Prune's best set is Wins, despite her being like less than 10% of the team's DPS. Straight up just because it's a decent support set for her. 43% attack is pretty good. Pretty much never over VV if VV is a consideration, but very often competitive with Scroll. If you already have a good Scroll, you don't have to farm Wins for her, but especially because, you know, she's pretty clearly a support designed for Varka. Although I guess for Varka it doesn't matter because you run VV, but I don't know, man. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable sometimes. I kind of hate it, but Wins is actually very often her best support set, other than VV. Other than that, it's just like Scroll. Okay. Noblesse. Okay. Interesting thing about Noblesse is that you basically double dip into the passive. So if you have good uptime on Noblesse for your carry, it should be better because you're getting 20% attack on her, which translates to like 4-ish, 3 to 4 damage percent on your carry on top of the 20% attack for your carry. And she also gets a little bit of damage percent, which doesn't matter too much, but whatever. But the biggest uptime, or the biggest problem with Noblesse is just that often it's not full uptime. We also have the gift set, but the biggest problem with the gift set is that it's like never really worth putting on her. Pretty much the only potential possibility where you would use gift on her is if you're playing a Venti hyper carry team with like Bennett Nicole or some shit. The main thing is if you're using an Animo carry, or if you're using a carry that isn't Animo, Prune is on VV, most likely, because you're not really using her with Dendro carries. She's not really doing enough. I mean, you can. Like, technically, she's, like, usable with characters like Kanich, but, like, my god, what are you doing? But so you're not really using her with Dendro carries. You're not using her with Geo carries. Same thing, right? Like, technically, you can, but, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Just don't do that, please. So it's basically just Animo and swirlable elements, right? If it's a swirlable element, she's probably on VV. And if it's an Animo carry, then if she is on gift, you're only buffing the animal's character's damage, you're not buffing your off-fielder's damage. But what off-fielder would you be using? It's generally just Durin. And if you're not using Durin, like if Durin isn't getting the 40% from the new gift set, which by the way, I guess I haven't actually like said it, but because I talked about it a lot in the Nicole video, but new set coming out next patch. It's a very good support set. Celestial Gift, 20% ER, 20 damage percent to the wielder's element if the wielder is Hexerai, and to the whole team. So if you put it on Nicole, you get 20% pyro damage to the whole team. It becomes 40% if you have Hexerai Resonance, and it also buffs the damage percent of your on-fielder's element. But if you put this set on Prune, and you on-field Venti, then you're not buffing pyro damage, so Durin doesn't get it. And at that point, it's straight up better to run the gift set on Durin and wins on Prune. Because you end up with Durin basically doing the same damage because he lost the gift set, but he gained, or he lost the win set, but he gained a lot. I truly hate the fact that this is a thing. Like, oh my god, but yeah. Point being, like, there just aren't any teams where you want to use gift on her because she doesn't slot too well in teams where you aren't running any other Hexerai carries or characters as supports that wouldn't just rather use that set themselves. And if you are playing those teams, your carry is not Animo and you're caring about having her on VV. So, as good as the gift set is, it is on your team and it's not on her. Artifact stats, incredibly straightforward. You go attack, attack, attack if you can, and if you can't, then you go ER stance. Technically, if you are already capping your passive because you're on Atlas or something, and you don't need the extra ER, then you can start speccing a little bit into damage. You can maybe run a crit or a damage percent main stat. But her personal damage isn't that high, even when you do that. So it's not that big of a deal. And it should just be an afterthought compared to pretty much everything else. And finally, we can talk about the teams. Now, obviously, I've talked a lot about Varka in this video. You know, there's an emote in my Twitch chat only for Varka. That's what happens if you try to say Prune in my chat. I just mentioned it, so yeah. This is this is what shows up when people type Prune in my chat. So, and yeah, I mean, she's not actually only for Varka, but there are a lot of parts of her kit that have convoluted trigger condition, and Varka and Venti are basically the only characters that actually fulfill all those conditions. I guess I'll include Venti too, right? She is very good for these characters. The problem is the fucking constellations. So right now, Varka's premium team, if you look at current patch, is Bennett, Venti, Durin. Next patch, his premium team will be Nicole, Prune, Durin. And next patch, Varka's DPS is getting a pretty fucking big increase. The thing is, that increase is a combination of many different factors. Those factors being Nicole, Prune, and the new set. And honestly, the most important of those three is the new set, not Nicole or Prune. So, it's weird. And the second most important part is Prune, but only if she's C6. Because if she's not C6, she's not a big upgrade over Venti. Although if you don't have Venti, she's a bit more of an upgrade over, like, Sucrose. How does she compare again to Venti? I forgot. I gotta double check the numbers. Fuck, I don't know which of these sheets is looking at those numbers that are updated for latest beta. Like, I know this is not latest beta. Man, I really should save my sheets, huh? That would be very smart of me. No, I don't think it's on that side. Like, I don't think this one is updated for latest beta. I know this one looks at that comparison at the top of it. Right, it has Venti and Prune, but I know it's not updated for latest beta. Okay, wait. Might have found something. I did find something. Okay, big. Wait. So these two are the same team, but just with Prune C2 versus C6? Shit, it's not that big of a difference, is it? Okay, no, something is different here. It's a different combo, right? Yeah. Everything else should be the same, though, right? Okay. This makes a lot of sense. This is close to what I remember. Oh, yeah. Gotta remove that. Caught. There we go. Okay, so it's a little bit over 10%. And Venti was... If this one is not updated for latest beta, fucking hell. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked, man. What do other people have it at? I don't want to redo the whole thing, interrupt the pre-release for that. Like, if I remember correctly, like, I know I looked at it, I just don't remember exactly what the numbers were. But I think it was like 12... No. I think Venti was 12% worse than C6 Prune. And C0 Prune is like 10% worse. Or sorry, C2 Prune is like 10% worse. I had Venti like in the middle between C0 and C2 Prune. People have C0 better than Venti now? Really? Does that mean I have to do it? Fine, I'll do it. Whatever. Whatever, man. Is it because of the TDDS stuff? Changing the way that the Venti teams compare? Might be, right? Alright. Venti, stringless. Damage percent. And prune. So. We lose this. We lose it on this as well. Did I give the... Yeah, that I copied from C6, so goodbye 350. Goodbye 350. Oh, that was wrong, though. Oh, whatever. Oh, I can't say whatever. I have to change it. Alright, and now I need the Venti bullshit. I might be able to copy, paste. I don't have to relook up Venti stuff. Because I have a Venti carry sheet, and I can just remove the normal attacks. Oh, no, I can't do that, can I? There's more lines here. He's cooked. Yeah. That doesn't seem right. Aww. I can keep the motion value, and I'll ditch the rest. So... Okay. What Nicole hex motion value is assumed here? 171. Oh no, the hex is 300. Okay, so we don't have any of this shit. It's just this. We don't have any of the Nicole stuff on it. We only have one E. And this stays the same. Yeah. Okay. Venti base stats. Venti. I also need to change rotation length +1. Because Venti animations are longer. Venti... Fucking call this. Sorry. 263. 510. Attack percent. We have main stat. Power resonance. Substats. That's it. Flat attack. Yeah. Total attack. Yeah. Crit value. Oops. No crit ascension, because he's ER ascension for some reason. No crit weapon. No wins. Crit multiplier. Okay. Animal damage and power damage on Vorka plus 50% from Venti. Venti also gets his 50%, 46 from main stat, 48 from stringless. Doesn't get the 46 on the pyro. We have gift. Plus 40%. Alright, I need to remove the 30% from Prune. That's true. I only remove the flat attack. Caught. Anything else that changes here? No? 80 plus 165. Effective attack, pyro. It's not actually pyro, it's animo, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah. The shred here is 1.125. Right? And this one is 1.325. Number of swirls is like... Ten. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Huh. That's pretty rough, huh? All field Venti doesn't get his 50%. I think you snapshot it. Or you refresh it. No, you don't snapshot it. You still have like half uptime on it, though. Yeah, I can check C0-Prune as well. So Prune C0. Goodbye C2. ER requirements are a bit cooked. Goodbye attack sands. Okay, so it's about as good if you're running ER sands, but if you're able to not run ER sands, like if you have Osorn. And yeah, this is also assuming full hits on Venti, which might be... Okay, yeah. So, I'm glad I double-checked that. Let's get back to teams. But yeah. So, if you compare the next patch's premium for Varka to the current one, right? You have Prune replacing Venti. Prune is like at C0, kind of a side grade generally to Venti. She might be a minor upgrade or a minor downgrade, depending on the weapon you have for her, basically. And the same way that technically Bennett can be a bit higher value if you have Aquila versus Sapwood. But if you already have Venti, getting Prune won't really change too much unless you get cons on Prune. Now, if you do get cons on Prune, it can change things. But the thing is, we are getting a 4-star dedicated support. Basically, if you want to look at her as a dedicated support for Varka, that is released after the carry. Now, Xiao players will understand, but when your quote-unquote dedicated support is released, like 4-star support is released on a banner other than yours, it might be rough getting some cons on them. At least for Varka, the 5-star characters that are going to be on banner, as far as we're aware so far, I'm recording this before the live stream. The video comes out after the live stream, so, I mean, If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. You'll know. Make fun of me in the comments, I guess. But for now, we're assuming that Prune will be on the Nicole-Durin rerun. I got a Nicole banner with Durin rerun. Now, if you are someone who has Varka and has like none of the premium stuff for him, right? You started relatively recently, you started on Varka banner and you liked him, so you went for him. What you're presented with is a Nicole banner and a Durin rerun, both of which have Varka's best 4-star support with constellations that matter on them. And you're pretty happy. But if you already went for Varka and you already went for Durin, there's only one character. And you're just not very likely to actually get C6 Prune on the way to one copy of Nicole. It can happen, and if it does, you're pretty satisfied with it. But the biggest problem is that unlike a character like Linnea, where I guess it could be similar if you ended up not getting a single copy of Idlu on the Zabai banner. Unlike a character like Linnea, Nicole by herself is just not that much of an increase to the teams where you would use her. Nicole by herself, compared to Bennett in the Varka teams, ranges anywhere between like a 10% increase, maybe a bit more in like the best case scenarios, to a side grade, or just being outright worse. In some cases, if you have like R1 Varka and Aquila Bennett and whatever. Which makes the value of the banner feel so much weirder. Because and I've talked about this a little bit in the Nicole pre-release, Nicole very often is just not going to feel like she's all that worthwhile to get, even in teams where she might be good. Her pull value is just incredibly low. But you might be tempted to go for her, because Prune is there. And if you end up getting unlucky and not getting a lot of copies of Prune, you'll feel like shit. You will feel like complete ass. Because you will end up with a minor upgrade to your Varka teams. For a lot of Primogems. At the very least, for Varka specifically, Prune is still at least a side grade, but a lot of people just don't have Venti, so for a lot of people, basically an upgrade, even at C0. So it's not like you need to get the cons to get the full value out of her. It's just that if you end up with C2 Prune, or even C1 Prune or C0 Prune, on the way to get Nicole, well, about a third of the extra power Varka is getting in calcs that you see for next patch Varka is just not going to be something you see. Maybe not quite a full third, but like about a quarter maybe. You're still getting an upgrade, right? You're still getting the new set, you're still getting Nicole, you're still getting Prune, but it's just going to feel a bit worse. So just like think about that before you actually make your decision on whether or not to sync Primos in the banner. Because you can always, like, if all you care about is just improving the Varka team, you don't care about the characters themselves, you're still getting a lot of value just from the new set. And you're probably going to end up with similar performance, if not better, syncing those Primos into Varka's Sig, then into the Nicole banner, even if she does have Prune. But the next Nicole rerun might not have Prune, so maybe it's still something to think about. Anyways, whatever. That's enough of that. I'll talk about it more in the banner review anyways. I just wanted to, like, quickly mention it. For Venti, it's a little bit different because Venti, unlike Varka, is actually an Animo damage dealer. Varka's motion value is split between Pyro and Animo. I guess absorbed element and Animo, but it's always Pyro, so who cares? Which means that he doesn't really work well with Faruzan. You can use Faruzan with him, especially like some of Varka's cons make him do more Animo damage, and if you end up getting Nicole cons, that increases Animo damage as well. But by default, Varka's damage is split depending on the combo around 2/3 Pyro, 1/3 Animo. Which makes Faruzan just not that good for him. Whereas Venti is like 85% Animo damage. So Faruzan is a lot better for him. Prune is good enough to still compete with Faruzan for Venti. Slightly better, actually. C6 Prune is slightly better than C6 Faruzan. But not to the point where if you play Venti carry, you need to be pulling for Prune cons to make your team feel better. They'll still be better to spend your primos elsewhere. Unless you're actively going for Nicole cons or Durin cons, if that's what you want to do. Which is, like, doable, because those are definitely characters you can use in Venti teams. But all of this to say, she is very good for the Varka team. And in the Venti team, she is generally going to be an upgrade to C0 Faruzan, but needs C6 to be an upgrade to C6 Faruzan. So C0 to C0, she's better. C6 to C6, she's better. But if you already have C6 Faruzan, it might not be an upgrade unless you get her C6. Other teams where you can use Prune, honestly, you might think that you can use her for other Hexarai carries, characters like Klee, for example. And I used to think that too, but then I realized, wait a second. Right. What other party member is triggering a reaction in these Klee teams? You don't really have any good options, do you? Because usually, in Klee teams, the characters where you would want to be triggering reactions, well, they make it so that it's hard to get VV, right? Or, if you're looking at, like, Fischl, for example, Fischl is usable in Shogar's teams. And as much as Prune is good, the upper bound, right? 50 damage percent. In Klee team, you don't get the 30% attack, so it's just 50 damage percent and 350 flat attack. That's kind of just worse than the up to 60 damage percent from Shavar's 40% attack, and much easier to maintain uptime on Res Shred than VV is. Like, they're providing the same buffs, but the numbers on Prune are lower, and the trigger condition for the VV is more difficult than the trigger condition for Shavar's Shred. So she's kind of just worse. Now, if you don't have Shavar's C6, you can think about that. But, have fun doing Pyro Swirl setups with Fischl. It'll be, yeah. It'll be very fun. Yeah. I wouldn't submit myself to that. You can look at maybe, like, reaction teams with Klee, where you try to do, like, Vape Klee or something like that, but that's just kind of not real. Klee's power application is just too fast for anyone to really be able to apply enough aura for it. You're kind of just... Ugh. You don't really have the team slot, basically. If you look at the Mono Pyro Klee teams, right? Using Prune means you kind of have to run another Animo character, right? You have to run double Animo. You can't just do 3 other Pyro characters, because if you do 3 other Pyro characters, no one else is triggering reactions for this passive. You can do, like, you can't really use Xilonen, because Xilonen only triggers this reaction once, and then you have 5 seconds of this effect, and then it's gone. Right? You can use something like Albedo, I guess, but you're just looking at options that have much worse synergy with your teams. So, characters like Klee, it's not ideal. You can use Emily, I suppose. Although, honestly, I am not sure this shit works with burning. Because there's a lot of situations where burning, like refreshing burning, doesn't count as triggering a reaction. So I would not be surprised if this shit straight up does not work with burning. If it does, then you could do something like Klee, Nicole, Prune, Emily. It probably works pretty well. But jury is still out on that one. The other teams where you mainly want to consider Prune are actually aggravate teams. And I was actually kind of surprised by that at first. But thinking about it a little more, aggravate teams don't love Elemental Mastery. They don't hate it. It's good. But what aggravate teams are made of is basically you have an on-fielder that ideally deals as much damage as possible, but really what makes the team function is that you have Fischl in there. And Fischl's Ascension passive triggers every time you trigger aggravate, and that Ascension passive triggers aggravate as well. So each aggravate is worth double. And the Ascension passive of Fischl also just has damage by itself. Right? If you compare it to, like, I was actually looking at that earlier today, and if you compare it to like the very recent like off-field supports that are considered to have pretty good personal damage, characters like Escoffier, for example. Right? Escoffier is at talent level 9, 204 every second. So in a 20-second rotation, you're at like, use the burst if you run 5, but then that means you're running 5, so lower stats. If you're not running 5, you don't necessarily use burst. So like 4,500 maybe. When I was looking at Clorinde Aggravate today, I realized that Fischl has 9,000 motion value in that team. Because you're just triggering 30 Ascension 4 passives in a 25-second rotation. Like, her multipliers are the same as your carries, basically. And that's without counting the 40 fucking 5... I think it was 47 aggravates you're getting. But the point I'm making here is that as much as aggravate teams are, like, carried by the way that Fischl works, it's not necessarily just because of the aggravate damage. You do get a lot of aggravate, but you also just get a lot of motion value. And the damage from your motion value is not affected whatsoever by Elemental Mastery, right? When you look at Fischl's damage in those teams, it's basically 50-50 between aggravate damage and talent damage. But EM doesn't increase the talent portion of her damage, so it's only half as effective. And if you look at your carries, generally, those carries, it's more... it's leaning more towards talent damage than reaction damage. What this means is that a character like Sucrose, who's giving a bunch of EM, is good for the team, but if you were to have a power budget of this that's the same, where the value of the buffs was in a stat that scales both talent and um and aggravate damage, then it would just be better. Now, Prune at C0, in terms of buff quantity, just kind of has less than Sucrose. But because damage percent is better than EM is, she's still very similar to Sucrose and Aggravate teams. Whereas Prune at C6, well, you just get the extra attack, and now attack, same problem as EM, it's only half your damage. But, well, you were already basically the same at C0, so it's just nice extra stuff. And so, in Aggravate teams, she's just pretty solid, right? Side grade, generally, to Sucrose, who was previously the best Shredder option for Aggravate teams. And upgrade at C6, so pretty nice. Other animal carries that are not Hexerai don't get, wasn't she Lonan better than Sucrose and Aggravate? She's just way easier to play, but she's not better. Anyways, other animal carries that don't get the extra 30% attack from being Hexerai, like Xiao, Wanderer, whatever. But they can use Prune. They don't necessarily love having Prune on the team. She will generally be outperformed by Faruzan. But the fact that there's another character that is useful for the team means that, you know, if you don't have to go out of your way to get Faruzan, especially if you're someone who started the game more recently when these characters were already not that meta anymore, and you just like them a lot, so they're still your main, but you just didn't end up getting compies of Faruzan. It's just nice to know that you can use Prune instead, or you can use Prune with, but that's a bit more difficult. Wanderer feels very not ideal without any sort of resistance to interruption, because he's so vulnerable to it compared to other characters. His optimal combos use some dash cancels, but they have to be done at specific times, and if you do it too early, you lose, like, basically all of your skill up time. So you can't necessarily dash whenever you want. And if you get hit, he, like, has basically the worst getting staggered animation in the game. It takes, like, forever. And he gets staggered by a Heliturl archer shooting at you. So it's like, yeah, he feels a lot better to play with a shield than without one. And if you're playing Prune and Faruzan, in order to trigger the things from Prune, you need to have an off-fielder. You could use Toma, but then you're not getting an attack buff. So you would kind of want to use, like, Nicole as a shielder, but then you don't have off-field, so Prune isn't getting the buff. So then you'd have to use Durin, but then you're not getting a shielder. It's kind of cooked for your team building because you only have 4 slots on your team in order to be able to justify running a shielder. With Xiao, it's a similar thing, but with a healer. Xiao feels a lot less reliant on resistance to interruption than Wanderer is, but Xiao consumes his own HP. So, since Stygian fights are a lot longer than Abyss fights were, without a healer on Xiao, you know, after like a minute and a half, when there's 30 seconds left on the clock, you're on like 20% HP, and you die to an enemy sneezing on you, and it feels really awful. You can still use Prune, and like she's often a relatively competitive option in these characters' teams, but she's not something that I would ever consider going out of my way to get. Or even going out of my way to get cons for, if you end up getting her while getting Nicole for your team. Other than that, you can kind of just use Prune anywhere where you would use an Animo character. Unfortunately, when you look at the current strong meta characters, there's not actually that many characters that care about VV, right? In the lunar cycle, we had Nefer, Zabai, and Flins. Nefer uses Sucrose, but not for VV. She's not even on VV in those teams, just for the EM sharing. So obviously, Prune ain't doing shit for these teams. Zabai, I mean, she's fucking Geo, and doesn't care about damage percent or attack. Flins is Electro and is an attack scaler. So does that mean that Prune works for him? Well, honestly, kind of. The way that the lunar reactions work, the way that the damage scaling is balanced, EM is good, but because there's so many ways of getting EM directly and also just reaction multiplier, for Flynn specifically, right? You get 20% lunar damage from his passive. You get 10% from his set, 10% from Serenade set, 120 EM from Serenade. You're getting EM on his own kit, 80 EM from the set. There's just so many like built-in ways of increasing your lunar charge reaction multiplier that you're just a lot less reliant on buffing elemental mastery externally, especially because EM is one of the few stats in this game that don't scale linearly in terms of your damage increase. So it becomes significantly worse when you're already at a decent amount of it. Because of that, as much as Sucrose is very good for Flynn's teams, because the amount of EM she provides is just so large, because EM is not quite as great of a stat as a stat like attack would be for Flynn's, Prune is actually potentially a competitive option, only if you have C6 though, right? Because you're not obviously getting anything Flynn's actually cares about. If you don't have C6, you're only giving damage percent, which, right? The C6 is where the attack is for non-Animo Hexarai carries. But C6 Prune is actually relatively comparable to Sucrose for Flynn's teams. The attack buff is only to Flynn's and Prune, so you're not buffing a Nefa. And also, even if you were buffing Colavina, she's not an attack scaler, so who cares? However, the attack buff is bigger, just in terms of quantity, and it's just kind of doing more than an EM buff would. So Flynn's personal damage will be higher, but the rest of your team's personal damage will be lower. Flynn's teams are not hyper carry teams, so that's why she's not just an upgrade. But if you end up in a situation where your team effectively becomes a hyper carry team, for example, if you have C1 R1 Flynn's, then it might actually be worth running Prune C6 over Sucrose. Is it worth getting her? Fuck no, because the amount of wishes that it takes to get it, considering that you're not really caring about the 5 stars for your Flynn's teams. Like, you'd rather spend those on constellations for the 5 stars on Flynn's teams. But if you end up with it somehow going for an improvement on your Varka team, then you can use her on your Flynn's team. Also, it's nice to have another alternative because sucrose is actually sometimes like it's possible for you to want to run two teams where you want to use sucrose, so having one where you can replace her can be nice. But yeah, from before non-cry, right, Skirk teams can't run an animal unit, obviously. Varesa teams already have access to shuttlers, so you don't really care about Prune. For what I've already mentioned earlier with Klee, right? If you're not getting that 30% attack from being an Animo Hexerai, the amount of buffing that Prune is giving is just kind of worse than Shavars, and it prevents you from using Shavars. So, unless we end up getting a character that is not Pyro or Electro, that is doing an insane amount for Varesa, basically if Xianyan was good, then I just don't see Prune justifying a slot on a Varesa team anytime soon. That being said, it is possible, right? We are like we might get that at some point in Nogcry. Maybe we get a Stellar Conduct core that doesn't have strict team requirements and that is looking for Shred somehow. And then maybe Varesa Stellar Conduct ends up being what you want to play with her, and then when you look at the animal options, because Xianyan is complete dog shit, you might end up wanting to use Prune. Other than that, Mawika doesn't really tend to use BV very much. When she does, it's because you're trying to get a cryo absorption on Sucrose Burst. So, obviously Prune can't do that, so that's that. Cool. Chaska can't run an animal character on her team without losing a third of her motion value. Kanish doesn't care about VV. Molani's not an attack scaler. Although, you actually can use Bruin and Molani teams if you want to use Sucrose and Flynn's teams at the same time. Like, C0 Bruin can function in Molani teams, provide you with damage percent, and still get the Hexerai to enable Mona. Which is pretty nice, actually. Because if you look at current Molani teams, you kind of just are cooked if you don't have Sucrose available, right? If you want to run Flynn's at the same time, her options are so much worse because Mona is so good and Durin is really bad for Molani. So you really want to be running an Animo Hexerai. And also, Sucrose is just really good for her. Prune is a little bit worse, but she'll work. She'll be fine. I'm not entirely sure how the timing lines up, though, because you do need to be triggering off-field Pyro Swirl to refresh your damage percent. So you need the Prune off-field hit to happen in between a Pyro hit and Molani's Vape. So it's possible that it'll happen at the wrong time and you'll lose the buff. We'll have to test that. But the point I'm getting at right now is that VV just has kind of been phased out of the meta a lot. Especially VV damage percent. There's a reason why people think so poorly of Kazuha meta-wise now. And as good as Prune is, when it comes to team building, other than basically these two archetypes, there just really isn't too much. Now, again, right? Just because I haven't mentioned something here doesn't mean Prune isn't good here. She's pretty much usable in any of the teams where you would have used Kazuha. I just don't think it's necessary to go through all of those. But yeah, so that's pretty much it for the teams. Honestly, Prune is like... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this whole thing. I don't like when 4-star characters have a lot of their power locked behind C6. It's very unfriendly to players, and it's also a pain in the ass to account for when doing comparisons of characters, because you're introducing a layer of RNG where people have less control over it, right? The pity system allows you to have a lot of control over the RNG on your 5-star characters, whereas for your 4-star characters, it's just straight up a dice roll. Which makes it really hard to normalize for character comparisons, right? There's no good way of normalizing 4-star character constellations objectively in a fair way, because at the end of the day, it's just gonna be fucking RNG. And it's also just expensive on average to get a new 4-star character at C6. So it's pretty unfriendly to players in that way. At least Prune is still pretty solid at C0, right? Where she feels a lot more like Xiao in that sense, where, you know, she's providing a good amount of value at C0, and then she has an actually really good C6, where she's effectively kind of a different character at C0 and at C6, but she's like a viable character at C0 and a really good meta character at C6. A lot more so than a character like Faruzan, who's like complete dog shit at C0 and a pretty good meta character at C6, assuming you're playing an animal carry. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 4-star characters designed like that. If you there's a reason why I was kind of pissed off in the Showar's first impressions video, and the reason why I ended up not doing a pre-release for her at all, because I was just like, God, don't do this. Like, stop doing this. Yeah. And then on top of that, Prune has the extra layer of like only for Varka passive, which pisses me off even more. I think that it is fucking wild. This patch encapsulates the worst and the best of Genshin, where you have fucking gems of kid design like Lohan. You have complete bores of kid design like Nicole. And you have abominations like Prune. It's like we've got everything, man. Like, okay. But yeah, I would expect the perception of Prune to, like, in a few months, stabilize to be pretty similar to the perception on... I don't know, actually. She's not quite versatile enough for her to be perceived like Yeon-san. And she's not quite... Or Varka is not quite strong enough for her to be perceived like Yidlua. But somewhere in between. Anyways, personally, realizing the way that the Varka buffs are distributed next patch has made me make the decision to skip Nicole. If I end up with Nicole and C2 Prune, it's just such a small upgrade to Varka that the main reason I would go for Nicole is for future characters. And I think if that's what I'm going to be doing, I'll just get her on a rerun instead. I did decide to skip Varka and then get him anyways because my friends are bad influences on me. But At least for now, the plan is to skip her.
I'm not the friend to come to for words of comfort or...
But yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it for the pre-release. As usual, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope they never do shit like this again. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. You know, it's kind of crazy, chat. At the start of the stream, I rolled the wheel that said stop stalling and do the pre-release, so I didn't even spend my fucking resin. And we finished at 5 hours into the stream. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, actually. 07 resin. I condensed. I condensed. Like, I didn't even stall today. I just worked. Now add Zio as a reward. No. I think I'm gonna play Slay the Spire 2 as a reward. That's enough Genshin for the day, man. Are you waking up early tomorrow? I'm trying.